The Roman 10th.
Wow. People
What?
don't know that. They got issues, man. Come on.
They don't know that about the Rome?
About what?
They don't know that about Rome? Like the Roman numeral like number letters?
Dude, nowadays, I don't even
I
think people know
suck at
about Rome.
Roman. I don't know
That's probably true.
hardly anything.
They don't even know how to read a DVD anymore, which usually it tells the year of the DVD in Roman numerals on it. All of them do.
Really?
Yeah. If you look in the back of the DVDs, you'll see that. I bet they stopped that by now, but grab anything
I was gonna say
prior to 2010, I guarantee it's on there.
damn, what was like popular before 2010?
Whatever.
I'll go with the
Dragon Ball
iconic
Z,
Shrek DVD.
Yeah. But yeah, if you look at it,
I'm having trouble finding like a really good close-up picture of the back of a Shrek DVD.
a Shrek DVD.
Yeah, that's well before 2010.
Yeah.
Okay, it just keeps taking me to Amazon.
Yeah, he's trying to sell you one of those. You can look on the Amazon though.
It is. I went to images to try to like get like so you can tap it and like blows it up on the screen. It didn't do that. It's just everything's Etsy, Amazon, eBay, Amazon, Etsy, Walmart. You were saying? Sorry.
No, I was just saying
the Roman numerals. So those are on the back of DVDs before 2010.
Yeah, like I said, I'm sure some still have them, but I don't know which ones I'll do.
I would really be surprised, just because like people DVDs still exist in stores and stuff, but like I don't know, people don't really buy DVDs now so much.
Well, yeah, that's just a fair point too. But,
well, I guess there's probably like DVD collectors the same way like VHS collectors exist.
That's probably true. Everybody's so quiet tonight. Come on.
All right. Kim at least like chimed in. Jamie was in the background of your house, I think.
Jamie's actually busy dealing with kids, but
okay. Well, tell her to stop handling the kids and hop on so we can like chit chat.
Nah.
I'm here, sorry. I told them that if they did a handful of stuff for me, they could have some sherbet, so.
Here's a fine example.
And Spencer went in there and saw me scooping it. He went, ew.
Scooping the sherbet?
Yeah, he loved sherbet, but I guess like when he saw me scooping it, it was like stretchy, I guess, and he looked at it and he went, ew.
That's fair. It's got like a gelatinous quality, like more so than regular ice cream.
It's so cute though, because now he's in there bugging them for bites.
Oh.
What?
Is he still asking by color?
Yes, he went in there and went pink.
This is Star Wars episode. Oh my god, I don't know what it is because I don't know fucking Roman numerals.
Right.
Yeah, but if you look at the end of DVD movies, like when they scroll to the end, it has it. And if you look at the back of a DVD, like at the back of a case of a DVD, it says it in there. And
oh, I know what we should talk about.
What's that?
What's more possibly better than Roman numerals?
Right? Or DVDs?
How credit cards work.
You probably should have used that before you used the credit card. I'm just saying.
That's a good point. That is a good question to ask before having a credit card.
No, I know like in general how they work. I just meant like
it's a good question.
In more depth.
Like how does the physical?
She just hasn't figured out how to pay him yet.
Like obviously, I know when you use it, you have to pay off what you use before like once the due date is up, and you can't be late and shit because it causes a bunch of problems. I know that part of it, but like when it breaks down into the more
like how does it transfer from physical paper into digital currency?
I've got all of this friggin' paperwork in here that I don't even understand. It's just words and gobbledygook to me.
Well, is that in correlation to the credit card? Sorry.
Yeah. Like they use a lot of terminology that don't make sense.
Sure, they're gonna grill your ass when it comes time. That's what it means.
Yep. It's always like legal jargon with like credit card stuff. It's like not legal jargon, but like legal letter style jargon. So it's they throw out like a lot of words and just expect you to have that already in your vocab.
Right. Like I don't know what any of that crap means, by the way. So.
Could you read like a sentence as an example?
Let me see. I can.
Like, I was looking around. I don't have anything for like, my credit card to read.
Like, I have this whole thing that says 4 transaction fees transfer 4% of the amount of each transferred balance that posts to your account at a promotional APR that we may offer you. I don't know what any of that means.
I don't know what APR is.
No. It's
annual percentage rate is what it says.
That's what I just said.
What the fuck does that mean?
Cost. Oh, it's a fee.
How much interest they charge per year?
Yeah. Well, they could just call it interest rate, but I guess because they put it as APR, it's hard. I thought that was something that like increased how much you got. I thought that was when they added like more money to you for.
Well, a starting rate is because it'll probably kick to like 15% after that. Start with 4.
What's a cash advance?
Cash advance is when you take cash out on the credit card.
Okay. What does interest mean? I mean, I know what it means, but like it charges you extra money. But like, what does that entail?
Usually whatever the percentage is, say it's 15%, you have to pay 15% of the principal each year. So if you owe $100, you owe $115 total.
15% of the what?
Of the principal. That's what it's
called.
It's called the principal.
What with a B?
I don't.
P, principal. Like you got sent to the principal's office all the time. You know what I'm talking about. Come on.
Apparently, a principle is also another phrase for like scientific theorem.
Sure.
I didn't know that. Well, I guess I did know that. It didn't. I guess I did. Yeah, they teach that in school. I just forgot.
See what weed does to your brains? She can't even read a credit card statement because thanks to weed.
Josh, stop! You're gonna get us struck down on Twitter or on.
If they strike us down on there, I'm just going straight to X because I know they won't complain about anything.
That's fair. I didn't know. I genuinely, I can't imagine that's. Twitch has had like worse streamers on that they didn't like send violations to. So like I imagine
if you're a big name streamer, they don't have a problem.
That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you have an audience that's gonna make a big fuss if you get pulled off there, they're less likely to pull you off there.
That's fair. It's ultimately
Destiny did finally get pulled off there at one point, but
Destiny?
Yeah, he's got like 1 million subscribers or whatever, so it's pretty big.
But he got taken off.
I don't know if he got suspended, taken off, but something happened to him on Twitch. But yeah, whereas me and you are like, they're like, fuck them. They have like 10 subscribers at best. Let's kick their ass off now before they get even more.
Yeah, exactly.
But YouTube usually doesn't complain, and even when you're on low key like this, they complain even less. And I don't even care if they bleep my stuff out because I know some will do just the auto bleeping or whatever.
Will they?
Yeah, someone will auto do it. I don't know what.
You did mention that. I forgot that's really sick that they can just auto bleep. Like, what would be auto bleeped? Like swear words or certain
swear
trigger words.
If you use like the N word or if you use like the C word, certain major words.
I usually
bitch, shit, damn, and fuck it isn't all that.
The more like household name swear words in the vocab list.
Watch YouTube will come over here and kick in my door and be like,
maybe I do think they do have a rule about it only in the first like minute of a video. I think so. As long as there's not like a bunch of swearing in the first minute. I don't think that they care. Like if once you hit the 2-minute mark, it's
because the autoplay.
Yeah, exactly. So you have like the chance to click off if you're bothered by like
the F word. I'm triggered. If you don't know, I'm
triggered all the time. I'm so triggered. Josh, you trigger me.
I know, I was triggering you.
Technically, people do kind of get triggered all the time. Not in the same sense, but as like a reactory sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Shoot.
Like everybody has that like something that when they
people
hear it,
always felt triggered. It's just how they responded to it was different.
And here's the thing: they don't need to like report us. I mean, they're just doing it to be jerks. Anybody has something, they can come on here and say it. Like we would invite them onto the show and be like, "Yeah." So
right. If you don't like me, by all means, speak your mind. I don't care.
We've been trying to get like people to hop on from like the guest chat and stuff, but
actually, it'll be easier with YouTube.
That's true. YouTube's a lot more popular, so I feel like Well, not more popular, I guess necessarily, but like it's the oldest staple.
Yeah. Well, more popular by definition because they have way more viewers. Like
Twitch
only has like say 20 million viewers or 30 million viewers, which is a lot.
That's a lot.
But YouTube has close to 2 billion. That's a big difference.
That's that's almost a third of the planet. Well, from the last projection, now it's like 12 million, I think, YouTube, is what they said.
Facebook, they're in the billion range. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Even X is in close to 1 billion users or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They're like, even if they only have 500 million users, it's still a hell of a lot more than like 20 million.
I see you. That's fair.
But so let me adjust my hair.
Now on stream. Since you're doing, I'm a monkey see, monkey do.
Everybody fixing their hair? All right.
Well, I'll tell you what, Josh. I think both of our hairstyles stayed exactly the same. Well, nobody can see it. You're not streaming your camera. So, like, for all we know, there you go.
Yeah, it's the same.
But you didn't fix it like we did, so.
I just pulled mine out of my face.
No, I put mine in a ponytail.
Probably mine's getting a little long.
Your hair?
Yeah. I haven't really didn't like brush it today or nothing. So.
It looks fine. It looks like the James Sunderland like middle part.
I don't even know who Sunderland is, but
James, you don't know who James Sunderland is?
Nope. Who is that?
Wait, which Silent Hills have you played?
I told you the other day which ones I played.
You didn't? You never played 2?
Yeah, okay. I played 2. I didn't realize his name was Sunderland.
Oh,
I knew it was James, but I didn't realize it was Sunderland.
I keep it. Well, I'm just such a huge. I used to watch like all the Silent Hill like analysis videos.
He's a girl, and you know what I'm saying, like
Heather.
Yeah,
and then 4's.
And James has a side part anyway, like a side part.
Is that right? Is that distinct?
The hair
from it is a side part. That's right.
Yeah, it is a side part.
I mean, yours favors a side, but like a middle part's always gonna like slightly.
Side part right now because I haven't, but normally a part's middle.
Okay.
It's just like thrown up in my headphones. So.
Yeah, the headphones like clamping down the hair doesn't really help when you're trying to like rummage it to fix it or set it a particular way.
Okay, we're almost 15 minutes and we haven't started a real topic. So
okay, real conversation. Topic. I got one for you.
Okay.
Wigs.
Okay, that's a good point.
Okay.
I don't need them, but I mean, I guess people need them.
Yeah, some people need. Well, every male is gonna like bald eventually, right? Well,
you're
not
talking
necessarily.
About like wigs for like because you want to change your hair for a movie, or are you talking about like wigs like, hey, dude's bald, needs a rug?
Just in general, but also like specific, like both of those. I just feel like
obviously for movies they have to because you can't,
Yeah, rather than like trying to shave their hair
and stuff like that when they do movies and stuff. So,
but I feel like people who like their hair's falling out, if they don't like the fact their hair's falling out, they could just do what like a lot of people do, which is just
shave it down. That's pretty much what people don't really buy rugs the way they used to. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. But I think it's a little because rugs like glue to your head and stuff. You can get like the Halloween, Spirit Halloween type wigs that just.
Hold on, I can't hear you.
No, sorry, I asked that one.
Oh, it was just Paul. No, like, I mean, like, Kim, do you need a wig?
No, I'm good. I don't plan.
You don't know that. Your hair could be falling out right now.
That's true.
I'd be okay with it depending on a little bit.
Every second that your eyes are away from like a mirror, for all we know,
wig?
Hair could be coming out for any of us.
Yeah, we all agree wigs are bad.
No, because you're not seeing the vision here. The idea is if you're somebody who is already balding and you can't get more hair, or you just don't want to go without hair, like you could put on a wig. I'm also surprised that people don't seem to do that already.
If you got the egg, you like the egg thing or whatever, where you're like you like thing, you could use a weave, like weave in a wig, and that probably would work better. But if it's just like
people do use weaves, I guess it's kind of the same concept as what I was getting across. Reinventing the wheel.
That's a good question.
What?
She said, does wearing a wig count as body dysmorphia?
Depends. I guess it depends on how you view it. If I go bald, I'd wear a wig just because I would like to maintain a certain aesthetic. Then that baldness like wouldn't work for me. But It's not necessary. Like I'd be fine without hair. But I could see in some cases where people would use that as like because they're ashamed of being bald, as opposed to just like as a accessory piece for when you happen to be bald. If that distinction makes sense.
Well, I mean, I don't even understand like how when they're discussing it, like how do they decide like what's body dysmorphia and what's shit? Okay, like even people that go to the gym and like work out obsessively to unnatural body styles because, you know, like me and you we have good athletic bodies, but we don't have like bodybuilder bodies. But once you get a bodybuilder body, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of dysmorphic. You know what I'm saying? It's not what's common. Yeah. It's not what's, you know,
it's not. Yeah. It's like more than you need at that point. And I guess.
Kim, do you think we should be like big muscular guys or do you think we should just be normal people?
Muscular.
Are we talking about like people on average?
Would you rather like see me super muscular or would you rather see me just normal? Okay, all the girls agree muscular is the way to go. So
okay, but you're not like considering that there are options other than just muscular and normal, right? Because there's athletic, which is like what Connor is, where it's less muscly, but it's still lean.
Yeah, but he's not. I mean, he pretty much looks like a twig as far as his body goes. I mean,
okay.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like, he doesn't have any fat on his body, but he doesn't have any muscle either. Like, you know.
He's got muscle.
No,
he probably. No, he's sort of like gone to the gym and stuff. You see him rock climb. He's what is he, like 180 pounds probably?
Yeah, haven't you ever seen rock climbers? The only reason he's 180 pounds is because he's taller. If he was a little bit shorter, he'd be 150 pounds. And he'd be
that part's true.
The rock climbers are there. You know what I'm saying?
But Connor can climb as well as a lot of those like beefier rock climbers.
Sure. But it's not because he has big rockin' muscles. He doesn't have muscles the size of my muscles.
It's because he has less muscles. I feel like that makes him equal, just because there's less body weight for it. Like the action.
There's some truth to that. You know, I was better on a skate. Like I'm good on a skateboard, but I was better on a skateboard when I was in my 20s because I didn't have any body fat at all. I was like 145 pounds. You know what I'm saying?
You feel like now that at your current weight, your skateboarding's better as a result?
No, but it is something I have to account for. Like when I fall, a 220-pound man falling is different than a 145-man falling. It really is. Like how much
that's true
impact it is. You know what I'm saying?
It's like
dropping a small branch versus a big
branch. It's like skipping stones. Connor's gonna like Connor and I would like bounce on the ground like a minute for a second after falling. But if you're like, well, actually, I don't know what your weight is. You might be the same weight as I am.
I'm 220, so
okay. So actually, not too far off. We got like a even 20 between me and Connor, me and you. And I feel like my dad's probably got 20 pounds on you.
No, he's the same weight as me now.
220?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
Well, somebody was just telling me that they're meth addict. They know a meth addict that just had a baby. And it was all fucked up, and she swears up now she isn't on the drugs, but let's be honest. Savannah. Savannah.
Who's Savannah?
She's a meth addict girl. She's Paul's daughter or stepdaughter or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
No, I didn't. I honestly didn't even know Paul had a daughter.
He had stepdaughters. 2 stepdaughters, stepson that he raised till they were 18. You know what I'm
saying?
Oh, okay. He's not with the girl now, but he was with her when he raised them. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, like, yeah, like I said, because, you know, don't get me wrong, I could stand to lose some fat, so could your dad. We could still stand to lose some more fat, you know.
Yeah, Connor you could, but like...
He doesn't have much more fat to lose, like he really could. And there's pretty much not an ounce of him, but he's also has almost very little musculature. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why you look at Damien. Damien is bigger than him by quite a bit.
Yeah, he's much stockier.
Oh yeah, and he's starting to get in the big boy club.
But couldn't we use that as like an argument against the idea that like because earlier you said all the women in the group had said like bigger is like stockier, more muscular is better.
I was just giving their opinions.
Yes, but I'm saying like Connor's and Damien's as like a dichotomy and juxtaposition like contradicts that.
Oh. Who are you talking to? Oh. Yeah, like I said. So yes, obviously it's an argument against. I was just telling you that
Yeah,
girls.
That's fair.
Body, so.
Well, then once again, this like both sides have.
I'm gonna make this real quick. Girls lie to you about what.
It's not lying. I'm just saying there's credence. Lying. Okay, I don't. What they were lying? Kim and Jamie?
No, they were telling the truth, but that's rare.
Okay, who was lying then?
Most girls, as a collective, when they're like, "I don't want a big muscular guy. I want a dad bod or whatever they call them."
Mm-hmm. Well, Connor's got a girlfriend, so that at least like was clearly not the defining.
What a dad bod? I know, but a muscular bod did.
Well, that means that they're not lying about. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, if you're counting that as still muscular. I don't know. I've seen like very unathletic people in relationships too.
As muscular as he could be. You know what I'm saying?
Sure,
Damien's raw muscle with not a lot of fat, but a decent amount of fat on him. Probably 20% or 30%.
Well, I mean, would you say Damien needs more muscle?
Not much more before he's into the big boy club like your dad. His biceps are almost bigger than mine. Almost.
Yeah, you got good biceps.
And I'm right on the cusp of whether I'm big or not. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I guess I'm just questioning whether or not Connor or like I or anybody in that like less than that muscular range should get more muscle just on the nature of.
I'd say that principle. You were more attractive when you were muscular. Now you're not as muscular. You're not as attractive. I'm not saying you're not.
I can agree.
I'm saying if we were going to scale you out, we'd say you were. Let's say you were 8, now you're 7. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't have as much muscle on you.
But there's like so many other traits that can like qualities that factor into it.
I didn't say that. I just said if we were visually scaling you,
yes.
We'd scale you
comparatively. Yeah, it does. It does affect the aesthetic. Yeah, I can agree to that.
Dick size matters. Like it doesn't matter if you have 9, 10, 11 inches, but you better have at least 6 or 7. Or the girl's gonna be losing interest as you hit 3 and 2.
Is that right?
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it matters. Well, the thing was, I was like, how do I can play devil's advocate here and be like, okay,
packing 2 inches, I'm walking away.
Do what?
Say that again. I said, if you come over packing 2 inches, I'm walking away.
Yeah, that's pretty much Jamie. That's laugh at you numbers, you know what I'm saying? and I'm not saying like if you have a 6 or 7 inches, they're gonna complain about it. But if you have a 2 or 3 inch dick, you know what I'm saying? It's
again, I feel like that just depends on the individual like girl.
I don't know a girl that okay.
That's the thing is how do I find an example though?
Find a girl and be like, hey, how many girls here really love a guy with a small penis?
That's gotta be like I'm sure there's a survey.
For actual factual information, the average female vaginal canal is 6 to 7 inches. So you need at least that.
Well, I mean, you could even get away with 5, but if you're toting something really small, that is not going to be very desirable for a girl. Now, there are other things like how big your bank account is.
Yeah.
Elon Musk maybe
that's a big one.
Get away with a 3-inch dick, and he has like 14 fucking kids. But he has a big bank account, so girls are going to be hopping on him like pop. You know what I'm saying? But
I found some studies, but it just says like what seems to be the most commonly preferred, which lines up with what you said. It doesn't give me like a percentile on like how many people voted for like the smallest possible sizes, like the preference.
No. It'll be in the middle. Like the average will be slightly above average, I should say, because the average penis size is like 3 or 4 inches, but the average girl wants 6 to 7 inches. 8,
well, yeah.
As it exceeds 8, girls actually dislike it at 11 and 10 or 11. Like there are size queens that will like it, but
like some people.
Yeah, like some people.
Okay, well, I was just saying that like lined up with what you were saying, and that I just couldn't find.
But yeah, there's a spectrum on there where they're like, if it's really small, they're not interested. If it's over 5 inches, closer to 6. Girls are more interested in you. they have a rule. They say 6 feet tall, 6-pack abs, 6 inches, and that's because that's generally what girls want. You know what I'm saying? Although I've only had a 6-pack abs once in my life.
Oh, I've never had a 6-pack, aside from beer.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to have it all, but you have to have something. If you don't have 6-pack abs and you don't have a 6-inch dick and you don't have 6-figure income and you don't have, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have anything that girls are going to be all that attracted to. Now,
there's a lot of other things.
Really? Like what?
Personality, like comedy, a good sense of comedy is like,
nope.
Nah. There's no way. Because it's not like a relationship isn't just sex. There's the relationship also. And for that quality, like, physical appearance doesn't like do the heavy lifting.
Yes, it does. Does almost all the heavy lifting.
For personality, for comedy.
Here, I'm going to show you a chart.
Okay.
And this chart, this is why you need to watch those fucking videos. But since you didn't watch those videos because you're lazy or something.
I'm busy. I'm hopping here with you. I'm like hopping in another group chat. Actually, mostly this week, I'm just like catching up with friend groups on group chats.
No, I'm just saying,
doing some things around the house.
There are good guy traits and there are bad boy traits. Now, good guy traits are good for a girl, but bad boy traits are required for a girl to be attracted to you. First, the girl has to be attracted to you. Then you have to. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll bring up the chart.
This really does feel like it's a subject that we should have more girls on who are like following the conversation.
I'm following the conversation. I actually agree.
She's following. Okay. And she actually agrees. And so
well, I just mean I think their input.
Most of the dudes I've been with have been arrested on more than one occasion.
Yeah, bad boy traits do matter.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
not saying go commit a felony.
No, yeah. But you're saying be able to commit a felony. What do you think Kim likes about me? She's like, ooh. Do you know how many times Kim?
Your potential criminality
from punching people in the face. I'm not kidding. Look, I punch a fucking guy in the face, and she's 10 times more attracted to me. Tell me that's not true.
That makes sense.
Tell me that's not true, Jamie.
That's like the protector role. I feel like that's probably also true if like you shoot like a home invader.
Yeah, you don't have to be necessarily bad, but they have to be bad boy traits. They do.
Yeah.
They have to be like one of the examples.
I wouldn't even call those bad boy traits. Or nor would I call the good guy traits good guy traits. They're both just like chivalrous, aren't they?
Nope. They're not chivalrous traits. Actually, chivalry.
Bad boy traits? If it's the idea that...
Okay. A girl will be attracted... Okay. Why do you think a girl will run off and sleep with the guy that is literally a prison, has been in prison, you know what I'm saying? Even though she's got no hope or no future for him. You know what I'm saying? There's no real future to that. And the reason there's no real future to that is because the guy's gonna be in and out of prison. But girls will go sleep with them and ruin their relationships so often because here.
Chivalry is like holding the door open and putting your jacket across the puddle. Right. Bad boy traits is that random dude smacked your ass, I'm gonna break every bone in his hand.
That part.
That seems like a potential good guy trait, though. Like I still see it sounds like it falls under chivalry.
No,
assault is
they already have to be attracted to you.
Overreaction.
Do you know what the difference between creepy and non-creepy is? The difference between creepy and non-creepy.
You said before was attractiveness.
Yeah, if they're attracted to you or not.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree. Yeah, that does like.
And a lot of things can affect that attractiveness. Your money can affect that attractiveness because, what was that guy Gray from 50 Shades of Grey? He was a billionaire, so it was attractive that he was.
If he was a hillbilly and a trailer, that would have been a cold case file.
Right, it would be a cold case file if it was a hillbilly and that. You know what I'm saying? Like it really was. Like she nailed it. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. Like, all right, look at Kim.
If it was Lawrence, he'd be in jail.
Right, Lawrence would be in jail.
Well, that's the thing is, people like Lawrence, like not Lawrence specifically, but people like Lawrence do still get girlfriends.
Really? When is Lawrence?
Well, even Lawrence gets girlfriends. They just leave him after a week.
His mom doesn't count.
Exactly. Oh my God! Get out of my head, woman. I was just gonna say that.
Which
all I said was
people like Lawrence. Like I even said, like Lawrence himself, not a good example, but like I've seen plenty of people who are like Lawrence's situation adjacent who end up with girls in marriages.
Like successfully?
Yeah.
And stay together forever?
Right.
Well, at least get married.
Okay.
They are together forever
A
for
lot
as
of
long
people
as
get married. Doesn't mean they
I'm
stay
aware.
together.
All right. Look at the chart I just sent you. I'll match this into all you guys.
Mhm.
Oh.
Yeah, you already have it, so don't you already know what it is. But it's the zone.
Can I look at it in a minute? I'm cooking.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. All right, but look at this, Cayden. All right.
Just
I'm looking at it. I see the below the top
low to
supportive
high
public.
bad boy and the good guy traits. All right, what they're saying is the more investment you put in a girl without having the bad boy traits, the quicker you get your ass in the friend zone. All right.
Oh, there's like a redacted section on that picture. It looks like. Do you see the black bar?
The black bar.
Yeah, under the galaxy.
Yeah, no, that's not redacted. It's just
okay.
He wants the marker. But like, you can keep putting things into the good guy traits, and you will never achieve the girl if your bad boy traits are low. All right, this is your face, your body, your height, your voice, dominance, power, confidence, smoothness, even dark triad traits. These are things that interest women. And if you have some of these and then puts you high in the bad boy traits, which is what I have, and then you put investment in there, you move up to good or Prince Charming traits, which is what I've done.
My absolute favorite thing about you is that like you can just bash the fuck out of somebody's face whenever you want.
I know. Don't I know?
Like the day you fucking punched Andy Burns in the face was the best day of my life. Next to having my children and marrying you, obviously.
But yeah, like I said,
wanted to clarify, like I didn't mean that in an insulting way, but that was like fucking awesome. You were like, bam!
Let me clarify.
Shit.
Marion came after I bashed him in the face.
This is true.
You know what I'm saying?
We did get married after you bashed the guy in the face, yes.
Yeah. So
those were like wedding vows.
Yeah. What was the reason you punched him? Was it he was weird towards?
No, actually, I was trying to save his ass first. This is what happened. His girlfriend was literally stabbing him in the back with a knife, and I stopped her, and he was punching her, and I stopped him. I'm like, whoa! I'm like, she's down. You can't just keep beating her. You'll beat her to death. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, which he's like, she's stabbing back. So I understand that. Totally good. Just walk away, dude. And I had him walk away, and I had him go over mom's house from his house. I was like, and then she came over and she come over with the knife, and I was like, you put that down or I'll fucking end you. And she just put it down on the fucking the doghouse thing and walked away because she knew I'm serious. So I walked over to Andy Burns and see how his stab wounds were, and he kept going crazy. I'm like, dude, you need to calm down. And Valerie took his nose and said, "You'll put some ice on it. You'll be fine. It was broken, but." Oh no, that's right. That was after. But I was like, dude, you need to calm down. I'm like, dude, you're around my family. If you do not calm down, I'm gonna fucking put you out. And he started flailing his arms, and he knocked over this like big canopy thing he had, and it was gonna come over on Marcy and Kim.
Jesus.
So I said, boom, and I just fucking lit him up.
Laid him out.
Broke his nose, everything, blood everywhere.
Okay, but see, that's what you like. Any guy should do in that kind of situation.
Well, originally was on the side. You know what I'm saying?
Originally,
I was originally on the side because his girlfriend Jim had stabbed him with a fucking knife, but then he started flailing and risking my girlfriend. So
yeah,
you know.
That's what I mean. Is that's like the guardianship role. That's like the appropriate reaction for that situation. Right. When you said bad boys, I thought you meant like recklessly bad boy, like just an obnoxious asshole.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Bad boy is bad boy traits. It doesn't really matter whether you're doing it for good reasons or bad reasons, as long as you're doing it. That's what's going to attract a girl. Girls will flip their morals so fast on stuff like that. Nobody's going to be like, oh, you beat somebody's boy. Okay, I'll put it this way. When I beat Joe's ass, sorry to call your...
That was my cousin.
Yeah, sorry to call your cousin out. When I beat Joe's ass and her Uncle Mike,
Uncle Mike's on the cat litter. That was funny.
Yeah, but that was my left hand, so
that's funny.
But I warned him, and I tried to be nice. I really did. I'm like, dude, you don't want to do this. So as I was doing that, he was getting cockier and more brave and puffing up. And then I just grabbed my hand, I twisted in his shirt, and I just beat him down until he cried. Just beat him down. Bam, bam, bam. So he's laying on the ground just crying. And I was like, I fucking warned you. You know what I'm saying? And he was crying, and he ran off to the bedroom and everything like that. And then her Uncle Mike, and to be fair, Uncle Mike, he just had a reaction. He just saw his son go down.
Yeah,
so,
he
his son just went down. He was
reaction of like, yo,
pounds. 135-pound guy wasn't going to do shit against me. And so he ran at me, and I punched him, and he landed up on the table. And then I ran over. I didn't run over. I just walked up and I hit him, and he flew off the table and landed in the kitty litter. And that was the end of the fight. But the point is that
that's an embarrassing spot for him to land in.
Yeah,
like
right,
salt to the wound,
right in the cat box.
Yeah,
right.
Kitty litter. He had fucking kitty litter all over. But Kim didn't say, "I'm leaving you. I'm never going to be with you again."
Oh,
blah,
fuck
blah, blah.
no. I was I want to marry you tomorrow.
Yeah, she's like, "I'm going to suck your dick tonight," because that's what she did.
Joe, you got so much sex. I was so thrilled. I was like, that was the hottest thing anybody's ever done for me in their entire life. Well, it was for me, too. It was over me because my Uncle Mike was being a dick.
Yeah,
so it was over me. It wasn't like he just walked in there and beat the shit out of my family. Like, they deserved it.
Yeah, they deserved every bit of it.
Nobody had ever stood up for me like that before.
So she was attracted to it, obviously.
Fuck yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I was like, yo, this guy's gonna protect me for life. Like, I'm gravy.
But the point is that, yes, it didn't matter whether it was good or bad. It mattered whether it was for her or not.
Right.
Okay. Joe could have been a total nice guy, and I was a total ass, and she still would have been attracted to me as soon as she saw my dominance. I dominated.
Right, I was like, well, damn, why?
Because girls have this is okay. It's like you ever see this is obviously in movies, but you ever see where like a guy comes and he slaughters a kingdom, and he comes in, and he's the dang, and he takes the sword and puts it to her throat and pushes it up, and that attracts the shit out of a girl. Doesn't matter that she just slaughtered it. He just slaughtered her whole fucking family.
I don't know. I've seen like the same idea for sure. The sword to the neck. I don't recall that like in any movie in particular.
Okay, well,
I can always get it in family.
Be like, and it's extremely attractive to women. But these are all bad boy traits, and that's what I mean by that. They're all bad boy traits.
Dude,
whether you do it for good or bad, they're bad boy traits.
I just feel like that's a misnomer. Like those are bad boy traits, yes.
What's the misnomer?
The misnomer is that if the attraction is specifically the fact you did it for her, that feels like more of a gray neutral like spot rather than like I don't know if that makes sense. I just feel like because that could be done also if that's done in her defense, like you're justified in everything you did, like in the example you gave. That just sounds like being a decent person.
I was justified.
Yeah.
But, okay, say I wasn't justified. Say it was because
that
fucking dick.
Yes,
would
that
be attracted to me. She would.
Yes, and that would definitely like definitively be a bad boy trait. Like I can't argue. Yeah.
Period. Using dominance and things like that. That's what girls want. That's what will rise you on that bad boy meter. It will. Like okay, like she hates the fact that her man's a pathetic love. Whatever you want.
Oh my god, it makes me insane.
He's like, okay.
I have to do everything.
Yeah. She likes a take charge kind of guy. So there's Jamie. All right. Whenever something's wrong with Jamie, I'll stop what I'm doing and be like, all right, time to lay down the law with kids or blah, blah, blah. These are traits that are very attractive to women.
Right.
And the reason why they're very attractive is because that's me asserting dominance. Dominance is attractive. That's one of the things. If you look at the little thing, you got dominance, you got power, you got confidence, smoothness, and even dark triad traits. Even things that are slick or things women are attracted to. This is why when you look at 50 Shades of Grey, the only difference between that and one thing is that he's super sexy and she's attracted to him. And then you couple that with the fact that he's willing to rape her, essentially. And that's like the fucking one of the highest rated movies for women.
It is.
A movie about a guy.
And book.
Yeah. I'll read this book about this guy, and this is essentially the episode. The guy comes in and decides to. This girl wants a movie.
Rape the girl.
But rape a girl.
Which I don't think you can say that on YouTube or Twitch, so you'll need the auto bleep.
He groped her.
Oh, sorry. Graped her.
He does things against her will to her.
Right.
And sexual nature.
Yeah,
there's a better way that you can grade something.
But
You have to edit it out.
Yeah, which I mean, it's probably gonna get post editing before it goes to YouTube because you gotta like upload that separately, I believe, right?
You gotta post edit it.
Yeah. So for YouTube, that's not an issue. Riverside's not an issue. Twitter, I don't know, and then.
And even Twitch. If you do, I've seen people use it on. As long as you correct it, usually they don't even say anything on YouTube.
That's fair. That's fair.
Do what?
I'll just write
the trigger one. Oh, take that and go. All right.
Oh, yeah.
But no.
Be gone, tiny human.
All right. Jamie likes when I grab her by the throat. Oh, yeah. So does Kim for that.
I do. I like that too.
Yeah, that's very common.
Well, the point of it is that you're dominating the girl.
Yes.
Right. When I'm fucking Kim, I'm grabbing her by the throat and fucking her. Just like Jamie. When I'm grabbing her by the throat and I'm slapping her on the ass and telling her she's a dumb whatever cunt, blah, blah, blah. You would think, oh my God, he's a horrible guy.
That's like, horrible.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't think anyone was thinking that. I think what you were trying to get across was very clear.
I'm a good girl.
Most people would think, rational people would think, okay, just like
why in the fuck would you like somebody that treats you that way, right?
You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you?
Neither of y'all can.
Grape? Okay, why would you want to watch a video about grape? The girls actually are very attracted to that. You know, with the 50 million plus viewers that are readers that read 50 Shades of Grey, can you really deny that they're attracted to it?
No, they're clearly attracted to it. Again, I agree with that.
So what makes you, but those are all dark triad traits. You know what I'm saying? Like choking somebody isn't something that choking somebody isn't something that
choking somebody is what you do if you love them.
Would be you would think, okay, all right. What do you think? You think, okay, I'm gonna be gentle with this girl, I'm gonna care about her, I'm gonna do all these things, and none of that interests them.
I'm sorry, that's a question?
Yes.
You're asking what do I think?
Yeah.
No, like you can be nice and then also comply with those things that they want you to do for them. Like that I feel like I said that before multiple times actually.
But you can't be nice and comply with those things.
You can't be nice and tell a girl she's a filthy whore at the same time.
Yeah.
There's no nice way to call somebody a filthy whore.
You don't do it at the same time. You can be nice in one instance and then be like that the next instance. That's you can alternate between them as per the relationship needs.
I was like, wait, what?
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there are times.
That's fair.
Jamie, it's okay. I love you.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
And if it was just the second half without that first part where you have like the
she'd still be attracted to you.
Typical chivalrous. Maybe, but I feel like that depends on her because then there's also the option of another guy who could do both of those things if you're not doing both those things.
But
it's
it doesn't
caveated.
Okay. But no, the point is the attraction is still there. The niceness level isn't there, but the attractiveness is still there.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Sure, but we were talking about what brings the attractiveness up.
It's both.
No, it's not both.
Even on like the list you gave, it's both.
Mm-hmm. On the list gave, it says this is what happens when you do both.
I don't let him be chivalrous.
Okay, like, all right. See that where it says ghost mistake bad boy?
Yeah.
All right. Triple X.
Yeah.
That means she's gonna fuck you. Prince Charming means she wants to marry you. Those are when you add the good guy traits in. But the attractiveness is still extremely high. It doesn't. Nothing about this. About the good guy traits will flow over to the bad boy traits, which is what makes you high.
The looks won't?
Nope. The looks are a bad boy trait.
The bad boy,
the body, the voice. Okay, yes, but you don't have to be nice to her.
Look up a guy on Facebook Reels called Nerd Dork. That's what girls are into right now.
Nerd Dork?
Nerd Dork, yep.
On Facebook?
Listen to his voice and you'll understand what we're talking about more.
Was he deep?
Like the way his voice is. That's what girls like in the way they...
Okay, but then that's also like an additional quality that's not represented on here is voice and tone. At least I don't see it.
It's in most of his thirst trap videos. He growls and talks in a really low.
Really popular on that Facebook, TikTok.
A deep voice does make for attractiveness. The deeper the voice, like I have a deep voice, girls are attracted to it. In fact, children listen better to it.
Right, it sounds more authoritative.
Yes, because it's authoritative.
Yeah.
Authoritative is equals bad boy traits.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that.
But it does not equal good guy points. Good guy points are all about how nice you are. Bad boy traits are all about how controlling you are, how dominant you are. All right. You can be.
Doesn't mean obsessive though. Obsessive is just
no. It's obsessive. Obsessive is lack of control, and I think that's the opposite trait. That's not a trait that would be desirable. Oh yeah, because like Andy Taylor, he tries to be a jerk, but since he's unattractive, short, everything,
nobody wants him. He just comes off like a complete douche.
He had a wife for a while, didn't he?
He comes off like a complete douche tool is what he comes off as.
Okay.
Because he's ugly and hideous and terrible.
Sure.
Andy Taylor has never been.
So it's not like, ooh, that's sexy. It's like, ew, what the fuck is wrong with you? Get away from me.
I don't know if this is like prying too much into his personal business at this point, but like, what was his approach also?
His approach was
being overly hostile.
No, his approach is what every guy that doesn't get laid's approach. Shower with lots of gifts, thinking that will do the job, and it won't.
Right. Nope.
Shower.
Yeah, gifts alone won't work.
It actually never works. It inevitably never works. If all you did was take a shower girl gifts, all you're gonna do is be set in the friend zone while somebody else is banging the girl.
Yeah, if that's the only thing you did. Yeah.
Right. It never works, and that's why I say these are independent of each other. You can do both, but they are independent of each other. You can be a bad boy, and you will get sex all day long. You may not get commitment from a girl, but you will get sex all day long. And you can be a good guy, and you won't get sex, but you will get friendship zone. And that's why the scale is like that. But yeah, anything that puts you up on the bad boy scale is your attractiveness. Anything that puts you up the scale is resources, quality, things like that. And that's where a lot of people miss, even the people like the red pillars and shit like that, that say, oh, you know, they don't like a guy unless he has hundreds of thousands of dollars and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, they like that after they've already got the bad boy. Then they want him to have $100,000. But if you have $100,000, you're just going to be friend zoned. You really are.
Right.
But that's the point. And that's why I said, watch the video. You really will explain it to you.
Well, I like going in, I was already kind of on that page even before we started talking about this.
Sure.
Like, I feel like that's just the common understanding is like.
It's not common.
Go, please.
Is it? Oh, yeah, I guess it's not common because I don't want to drop names, but we did like give examples of other people previously.
Right. That's why me and Mike got all the girls and all the other guys got shit. That's why Lawrence and Nat and all those are lucky to fucking get a girl and, you know, have a fart they can sniff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm serious. Like,
interesting expression.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because nobody wants a weak individual. Girls absolutely do not want a weak individual.
Right.
They don't, because but here's the thing. This is where the girls are lying. They're like, I want a sensitive guy that cries. I'm like, no, you don't.
No, you don't.
All right. Nobody wants a fucking baby. You know what I'm saying? All right. Everybody, all the girls in this room, and I can add and listen and be the same thing, that add a girl into this room, I don't care who it is, they're not going to be like, I want a sensitive guy that cries. They're like, no, I want a guy that gets shit done. They do.
Right.
All right. But what women will tell you is that I want a sensitive guy that cries. As long as he's 6'3" and has.
I don't want a bitch. I like having a man.
Right.
Right.
Because, you know, all these other traits, they may tolerate a guy that cries a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But that's not a desirable trait.
It's not desirable. I imagine it's like inevitable in every relationship that at some point, if you're with somebody for over a couple of like a year, even.
I mean, you can cry under very rare circumstances. If your children die, or
but that means it is acceptable in the relationship still. No. Like that's not an automatic defaulting deterrent.
Will leave you over that. They're just less
potentially, yeah.
Yeah. All right, because they'll be like, "Wow, that guy's soft." That's true. That's just the way it is.
What got us to this point of this conversation?
I don't know. We started off on other stuff and just kind of bled over here.
Well, I don't feel like this. I can't add anything to it because we're both like saying the same thing here.
No, you were saying that you didn't believe it.
Didn't believe it.
You didn't believe those were bad boy traits.
I just said I think the title was a misnomer for the first example you gave. Like I agreed with them all being bad boy traits and following under that classification, and that those are attractive qualities like multiple times.
Even if they're dark triad traits, that's the thing. Even if there's something that you would never want for your kid. Like here's a fucking sociopath I'm dating. Ooh, and that's
psychopathy.
Like Jeffrey Dahmer and freaking
Jeffrey Dahmer's Ted Bundy, but especially Jeffrey Dahmer, like with the latest reaction with that Netflix documentary that they showed.
Sure, chicks are digging him. Yeah, almost every one of the serial killers end up with some fucking wife while they're in jail.
I absolutely would have been friends with Jeffrey Dahmer.
I know you would. The only thing is he's not attracted to girls, so
I know that's why I said friends.
But Ted Bundy was, and Ted Bundy had a girl that wanted to marry him. Even
Ted Bundy. Is that right? Even when he was on well, that doesn't surprise me actually.
And had nothing to give him. It wasn't like he had anything left to give. He was pretty much incarcerated the rest of his life until he was killed. But women were still
interesting that she still was attracted to him despite knowing that there was nothing else she was getting out of the relationship, and it was just his identity at that point that she was like holding on to, knowing he was going to die.
That's another thing that's a bad boy trait image. Like if you have, okay, let's put it this way. If you're some rapper and you make like 50 cents, girls are going to be attracted to you because you're 50 Cent, period.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It even works with what would essentially be, all right, if Destiny wasn't a big YouTuber, he would be a fucking goofball in a basement with his fucking doing the exact same thing. The only reason he's attractable to girls is because he is popular. Popularity is a part of that, building your bad boy traits.
Yeah. Sociability. Like if they see that you're sociable, they know, well, there's a lot of things that come out of that. Like one, if they just want like a popular lifestyle themselves, but don't know how to get people, just being, dating somebody who's popular would bring in a friend circle.
Women. Like his wife was hot. He fucks out Lauren Southern. I don't know if you know who that is.
No, I don't. I didn't even know who Destiny was till you brought him up.
But like Lauren Southern, she probably got at least 500,000 viewers on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? You can look her up. She's a hot blonde. You know what I'm saying? Like damn sure, But yeah, but what makes them attractive to Destiny is that.
I have an outlier example for this, and it's not even like to draw towards a certain point or anything. It's just.
What is it?
Bonnie Blue is like an interesting because she doesn't look for either of those qualities.
I bet she does.
No, I think it wasn't the whole thing with her. The big like controversy was. Let me just look it up.
She's a porn star.
Okay, so you think the money would have explained?
I think the money would explain it. I also think
that's fair. That's fair.
If you're a porn star,
so it's not so much an outlier.
Pool. You can be a 10, but if you're a porn star, you're gonna have to dip low to find someone to marry you, to want to date you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I would think it would rank higher than people who aren't porn stars, but are also have like a long sex history. Just because with porn stars, like I feel like you can guarantee or at least like easily determine whether or not they could have like an STD. But if it's a stranger that has a sexual history, until you get to that point, they potentially could have an STD. That's like the only silver line in there.
No, like even porn stars that are solo artists, they lose their scale gets knocked down way down when you
because it's visible to everyone.
It's visible to the world. You have to carry that shame. As
the lack of conservation.
Like, I mean, you imagine walking around with somebody like, say you want to date somebody like Bonnie Blue. You're like, oh, awesome, I'm dating Bonnie Blue. That sounds exciting. She's never slept with another dick in her life. But you walk around, people are like, I saw her pussy. That's going to start to eat at you after a while, and it does. And usually porn stars end up with other porn stars because of that.
But that rule, you're right on everything with it with porn. The rule changes a little bit when it comes to like those like nude art paintings. Those don't seem to like detract what like people's value. Maybe it's because it's hand drawn. It's not like a literal photo of the person themselves.
And I'm not saying that it's gonna be a deal breaker. I'm saying it's likely to be a deal breaker. Kind of like, all right, technically, Kate Winslet got painted naked in Titanic, but she's also Kate Winslet, and she has some things in her favor, despite that.
Yeah.
But if you saw a video of Kate Winslet banging, let's say, what is his name?
I don't know.
The guy from Titanic.
Leonardo
DiCaprio. But you saw a video of him banging her. Yeah, your interest in Kate Winslet would go down. Now, would it go down to 0? No, she's still Kate Winslet, but it would be down from where it was.
Yeah, no, I was still agreeing with that. I was just saying, like, I noticed that with art specifically, art pieces, that's like the one case where like that rule doesn't apply.
Okay, it's like, with girls. Girls don't care about your body count. In fact, the higher the body count, the more interested a girl is in you on average.
Is that right?
Because you know what you're doing. Yeah, because you know what you're doing.
That's inversed. Like from guys to girls, that's like inversed.
Yes, it is.
It is. It's exactly reversed. Yeah, no guy wants to be the girl that slept with 150 men.
Right.
Oh, I just want to sleep with 25 guys. You want to be my 26? Not really.
Right. And no girl wants to be with a guy that has a 0 body count.
Yeah, like I specifically will not sleep with somebody that is a virgin.
Virgin takers, but it's very, very rare.
Well, that's the thing. There's always like a demographic.
Yeah,
like for any of these things.
Small outlier, but like I said, the majority of people. And here's the thing: she may sleep with you, but she's not going to marry you either. You know what I'm saying?
That's on my screen.
Yeah.
So I thought there was something in the corner of my room.
No, that's fine. But she's going to take your virginity and move on. You know what I'm saying? You know, she's probably not going to be like, oh, this is.
I actually won't sleep with anybody if they are a virgin. I'm like, well, then that's not going to work.
That's surprising, just because everybody's a virgin at some point.
Yeah, at 15.
Yeah, at some point.
not typically like at my age, but
I was too before I got pregnant at 15.
Right, I was a virgin.
And then also with like Mormons and Christians with the whole like no sex till marriage concept. I know that's not really like upheld as practice. That's like just kind of something that the religion says, but people don't really follow. But that is surprising. The idea that like people preserve themselves for marriage, there has to be like some demographic.
There is.
Like I would imagine a larger demographic.
No.
Just because.
No.
There's a
very small.
Charlie Kirk waited till marriage, so did Ben Shapiro. But it's not common for somebody to wait for marriage. You know what I'm saying?
I would have thought it would be just because that's like a huge Christian teaching.
This was back in the 90s, which means it was way more conservative than it is today. And I only know of one person that lost his virginity to his wife. Your dad. That's it. I don't know any guy beyond that.
But he lost his virginity to her before he even got married.
Yes, but they were going to get married. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it was already planned?
Yeah, they were already planning.
Okay, I didn't know. I think they did say that before, but I didn't have that in mind. So that's fair.
Here's an example of that. Your mama or your grandmother, your grandmother, your great-grandmother, both lost their virginity before they married their husbands that they're going to marry.
Yeah.
So while they didn't have a high body count, they did have a little bit of a body count.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's more the norm. Even in the 1950s and the 1970s, you know what I'm saying? That was the case.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? There wasn't a lot of girls that, had zero experience in bed. But it's the most desirable. Guys love virgins. They do.
Yes, that's very noticeable. Every like labor job I've ever worked, it's usually like a group of guys that that's like the main thing they idolize.
Do it.
As far as like quality, like desirable traits.
You probably want to go through these things. But no. So yes. And here's the thing. Both Jamie and Kim like me because I was really good at sex.
Right.
That's true.
Not the only reason they like me, but that was a reason that they liked me. Versus, here's this virgin guy, I can take his virginity.
It made it a lot better than somebody who was bad in bed. I'd be like, no, I don't like that. No, do it this way. Nobody wants to have to train somebody how to bang them outside of the what do you like? What do I like? Conversation. Nobody wants to train you how to fuck. Like that's annoying.
Right.
French thing too. Like Kim got a raw deal. She got a tiny dick 10. sorry, Jamie. I'm sorry, baby. But she got with Tiny Dick Tim, and so she's like, you know what I'm saying? Because he had a teeny tiny dick, and she has Kim has an experience with that.
Like that.
Yeah, it was like that, and
that big, yeah, literally big.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
That was a visual example.
And while Kim she has an experience with a guy named Curtis that was like that. She told that story the other day.
Yes. I felt horrible. I should have never said that. That was mean. I mean, to his face, not to tell the story to you guys. I meant, like, I shouldn't have said that to him to his face. That was mean.
Well, what did you say to his face? Because he said you mentioned it the other day. I don't remember. Oh, okay.
We were gonna fool around, and he took off his pants, and I went, "Where'd it go?" But I didn't think about it before I did it. It's just like what came out of my mouth. Like, it wasn't a conscious thought. I just like, but I shouldn't have been. He put his pants on, and we didn't have sex. That was the point.
Yeah, he got embarrassed. I feel like that's a mistake on his part. Like, regardless of like what you're born with, you should at least have confidence in it. Like,
yeah, even been like, give it a minute, all right, it's coming, hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
That would have made the situation better. I'd be like, all right, I'll give you a fair shot. But like, he got embarrassed, put his pants on, and left. That was like, we never saw each other. We dated, but we never had sex. Me and Curtis never had sex with each other, not once. We dated for like 2 months, and we didn't have sex.
Were you dating him after that, or was that like the end of the dating period?
No, we continued to date. He left my my house after that. We continued to date for another month after that. But so then I left him for another guy.
Okay, well, I guess eventually it did kind of translate into that. So yeah.
Yeah, I left him for another guy who had a larger dick and was better in bed.
Right.
It was mean and heartless, but I did it.
I was gonna say, it's a little callous. It's a little callous.
It was very callous.
But
I was also
if that's the deal breaker for you, like if him and you aren't compatible.
Timothy was maybe 1, not even 1. So like I was 19, less than 19. I was like 15 to 16 at that time. So like I didn't, like my brain wasn't thinking,
Maybe it was 1?
Be nice. I was closer to 17, I would say, during what time frame that would be. But like it wasn't, there's a better way to handle that situation besides laughing at somebody's penis size.
Sure. But I mean, if you had a guttural reaction, I don't think there's any shame in that. I think I think he should have not taken it too personally. Like, regardless whether it's a deal breaker on your point, confidence, like, at least would have left him seeming less.
Yeah, I would have been like, all right, I'll give you a show. I'll give you a chance. Go ahead, go for it. Yeah, no, it was bad. I felt bad.
I'm gonna throw these old cans away, and then the one I just had, and then I'm gonna grab another drink real quick.
Sure.
I'm waiting on water to boil. I have my meat, my sauce, and my onions already cooked together and waiting, and now I'm just waiting on my water to boil so I can do my noodles, and then dinner will be ready.
Thank you.
Do what?
You said that no dead air.
Yeah.
Dead air. Sorry, I said dead air.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, Kim, talk. What's wrong with you?
Sorry, my brain was thinking about dinner.
Food.
Yeah.
What's the worst nightmare?
Worst nightmare I've ever had, or she's ever had?
The worst nightmare I ever had was one where Kyrie and Alistair were with me at a strip mall, and Kyrie went to go try to run inside the store, and I was like, no, you can't just take off in the store, and I went to go get her. And when I went in there and grabbed her, Alistair got loose for me and started running out the other way, out the store. And when I went out there, him and Kyrie, for some reason in the dream, were in the middle of this like typhoon whirlpool that I couldn't save them from. Every time I would try to reach and get closer to them, they'd get further away, and like I couldn't get to them.
That's crazy.
It was crazy. I used to have nightmares like that all the time.
What?
She used to have. Did you explain her explanation?
Who, her?
Yeah, she said you explained to her the worst nightmare she ever had.
Oh yeah, I was about to say I've been having a lot of nightmares lately, so I was curious. No, I know. Thank you though. My worst nightmare was that I woke up because Spencer was crying, but I couldn't find him. But he sounded like the cry when they have to get a shot or something. Like that's what the cry was. Only like it wouldn't stop.
Yeah.
And I woke up when I started ripping the walls apart.
Oh.
But I recently had a dream that me and the
Yeah.
kids had to hide from a Demogorgon in a Home Depot. So I don't know what's worse.
Oh God.
Dude, you have no idea. It was awful.
I'm really glad I don't dream anymore because I used to have really bad dreams about like, and it was always something where the kids were in danger and there was nothing I could do to get to them. Like I couldn't protect them because this one ran off, or I have too many to hang on to at once and I'm losing one of them. Like I can't. It's always something. Like how am I going to manage to get all of these children safe?
I feel like that's a common like nightmare archetype. The like losing a loved one, but for some reason in your dream, like the rules like prevent you from being able to do it. And
yeah, they're different. Like
yeah,
who
even
would
if
walk
you
out of a strip mall and
logistically,
there suddenly be a massive flood with a water tornado? Well, there wouldn't be, but like in my dream, it made perfect sense that there was a whirlpool in the middle of the fucking nowhere.
yeah. Is that even
like? Oh God, I have a funny one.
Okay.
One time I had a dream that Josh cheated on me and I got mad at him. So I stormed off and swam across the lake in an angry fashion to get away from him.
We knew it was a dream because she wouldn't swim that far.
Yeah, I was gonna say swim across the lake. He
didn't swim after me either, and I was mad about it. I was like, "You didn't come after me."
Did you blame him when you woke up?
Shoes wet. No, in the dream I was mad at him for not.
Dream Josh has a fair argument there. Like
Dream Josh didn't want to get his shoes wet, so he didn't come swimming after me because he got new shoes and didn't want to get them wet.
If he had new shoes, like what if they shrank? What if he had to like throw them in the dryer later?
I don't know.
She would have been mad anyway.
I want to know where I was swimming to, because apparently our house was on the other side of the lake, because that's where I was swimming to.
Maybe you're going home. I'm going home.
I'm swimming away from you, asshole.
If it wasn't dream logic, then you could have simply just like walked around the lake to get back to the house.
Right, just walk around. No. No, I gotta swim angrily away.
That I woke up at my mom's with the babies.
Oh God, that's terrifying.
And every time I tried to leave, like I got in a car in a van, like I was stealing cars and shit, and as far as we got, it always ended up back at the house.
Yeah, I used to have dreams like that about getting trapped at my dad's house. Every time I would I'd wake up in my old room, I would try to call my mom, but my fingers would never finish the number or wouldn't dial the right buttons. And I couldn't ever get to my mom. And then I tried to run away, but instead of running away, I'd go up in the air. Like, instead of going forward, I was like floating in the air, and I'd get super high in the air and get scared because I didn't like heights. So I'd have to like slow down and not run so fast and not float up into the air, and like trying to get away was almost impossible when you couldn't hardly move without floating up in the air.
Yeah.
Or simply just couldn't get out no matter which door I opened. I kept ending back up at my dad's house somehow. It was scary.
I think the dreams like that, it's like it does pick like a familiar environment sometimes and then just like traps you in them for some reason. I feel like there's got to be some kind of like study regarding that could like point to why those kinds of dreams happen.
There is. My shrink was part of a study about it.
Your shrink was part of a study?
On the 4th or 2nd.
Study of dreams where you're stuck in a house.
It's crazy. But anyway, sorry, I was helping somebody find a place to live.
But, good. What about you, Josh? What about your dreams? You ever had any crazy dreams or really scary nightmares?
Well, what was my dream the other day? It was a scary dream.
You had one recently?
Yeah, it was like a month ago or something.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Jamie left me.
That was the dream. Was it a dream or a nightmare?
It was a nightmare. That's what we're talking about, like bad dreams.
I don't know, I was just taking a jab, poking fun.
Yeah.
Wow, I left.
But yeah,
you can keep going. I'll keep my headset on.
No, but like I said, but those are like, I don't have a lot of dreams like that. I have a good sense of reality, and I don't mean to mean that in a mean way, but I don't.
Yeah, those dreams like really stand out, but they are like typically like far and few in between.
I remember shortly after my dad passed, I had a dream that I was talking to him up in an attic with a bunch of boxes, and I kept begging him to come home with me, and he wouldn't come. Kept saying no, he couldn't.
Your dad?
Yeah.
Oh, you saying he couldn't?
Yeah, he would tell me he can't come home with me. Like, I can't come home with you. I kept wanting him to come back with me. I did about my stepdad too when he passed. For a long time, I would have dreams where I would like see him out in the front yard, and I'd try to go and like hug him and talk to him and tell him to like stay with us, and like he couldn't for whatever reason in my dream, and it would make me really sad because I missed him.
What do you think? Because I was like sitting here trying to look up like studies on it, but honestly, the studies all just kind of say like what would be like the most obvious assumption. But since it's your life and your experience, just feelings of being trapped and stressed out, essentially.
Like, do I ever get stressed out?
No. When I try to look up like the study of dreams for like where you're stuck in a house type stuff, like Kim was describing.
Well, odds? I don't know if there's any studies on it or not, but like,
it's just people kind of saying like the trapped and stressed thing.
Jamie has a regularity in her dream type. It's usually some sort of can't get to the kids or can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the regularity in it. You know what I'm saying?
And then Kim and Jamie, do y'all feel like you know what those dreams stem from specifically, or is it just kind of like wacky, zany nightmares?
Well, technically,
I think a lot of times dreams stem from your subconscious fears that you don't always outwardly speak or even know you have, but they're in the back of your mind. Like the most recent dream I had about 3 nights ago, I had a dream where I came over to Josh and Jamie's to see Kyrie, and when I got there, I knocked on the door all excited to see her. She said, "I hate you. Go away. I never want to see you again." Slammed the door in my face, and I had to leave. And it was like a horrible dream. It was a terrible dream.
Yeah.
I woke up in tears, and then I realized it was a dream and it wasn't real, and that didn't happen. But like, it took me a minute to collect myself to realize it was just a dream that didn't happen.
Yeah, because like in your dream, your brain experiences it like it happened.
Yeah, it felt so real. It felt so real. Like I didn't know what I did, or like she didn't say anything other than like there was no explanation. She was like, "I hate you. Leave. Never come back," and slam the door in my face. And then nobody would answer the door, and I couldn't get in, and I like it was just a whole thing. It was really horrible. I hated it.
Hold on, because I had a question, or I guess this is more of a statement. I've heard that you can like do pre-sleeping rituals to control your lucid dreams, so you don't have dreams like those. Pre-sleep.
I don't know.
The dream actually stems from.
What's that?
It depends on what your dream actually stems from.
That makes sense.
If it is just you being stressed and shit, then yeah, that'll work. But if yours stems from like deep-seated mental illness, my sister has to take muscle relaxers to be able to not have horrible, awful dreams. So
really, that sucks.
She had to be she's been part of multiple sleep studies.
Of multiple?
Yes, multiple. At least 5 different sleep studies, I think.
Do you know like what those sleep studies were? Like, are they Googleable?
I don't remember. I didn't ask her though. I don't know if she's on, but
I don't know. I've never done sleep studies like that, so
I haven't either. I don't imagine most people have. It's very specific.
But yeah. Just for the record, I recommend you watch the home math videos.
Yeah, I need to. I've been watching.
If you were versed on the topics and stuff, then you know what I'm saying. Even if you disagree with them, you would have a position. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to disagree with him. He's very logical. You're like, crap. I'm kidding.
For home math?
Yeah, home math.
Yeah, I am subscribed to him. I have him like even saved as a bookmark. I don't know if I can show this on Riverside, like how I would do it.
What do you mean? Even Kim doesn't disagree with him, and she hates the fact that it's true.
Yeah, there's times where I'm like, that's a fucking dick thing to say, but he's not wrong.
I mean, what's that phrase?
That makes perfect sense, but it kind of irritates me that it's cool, that it makes sense. Like, it makes me mad that it makes sense. I don't want it to.
Again?
It makes me mad that it makes sense because I don't want it to.
Not you, Cayden.
Sorry.
I was saying I was subscribed to Home Math, and I had it bookmarked. Oh, I didn't know if there was like a way to show like your computer screen on.
There is. You can share screen.
Okay, I see it. The share screen and share presentation.
Okay.
Well, I'm clicking it. The presentation was not doing anything.
Yeah,
but I have it bookmarked.
I just beside we haven't paid for it yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna wait till we get a little bit bigger so we can afford to pay for it because it's kind of expensive, like $30 a month or something like that.
Jesus.
I already got to pay at least $8 a month for Twitch or not Twitch. Like you said, you know, and these are investment things.
Yeah, we really should be splitting that.
We will. I mean, like I said, I try to get us up and going the best we can every day. That's my goal, and better. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll be better and better as we go on.
It is a numbers game. Like,
it's basically. We've started all of 10 days ago because we've had one episode every. Well, actually, we've had 2 episodes on one day, but it didn't matter because the one was after hours episode. But that's what I do. Like whenever we stop and then start another stream, I do an after hours episode. But the point is that the primary of the episode is that we
the primary of the episode.
Yeah, like we have a primary episode and then we'll have after hours if you're
okay.
Let's go on later in stream. Or if you said let's go earlier in stream, like we're gonna do one. What was it? To ask somebody. Remember, Kim? We were talking about we were gonna do an early episode to inquisit somebody about something. Like I can't remember what I was talking about.
I don't remember. I remember the conversation, but I don't remember what was said. Like what specifically? Like I know what you're talking about though. Like we were gonna do an earlier.
Oh yeah, no. That was what she wanted. Was one of her friends on, but like we were talking about like so that we get a hardcore like dig into something about one. Oh, the furry thing. I think is what it was. I don't remember.
The furry thing.
Like, hey, yeah, so we could dig into it deeper.
Mm-hmm.
With Ryan on a day that he could be able to do it or something. But like,
he might be available now.
Yeah, but I mean, like now is the normal stream time. I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, by all means, invite him in, of course.
Yeah.
But, but the point is that but like I said, we want people to be able to and we want our channel to grow, you know what I'm saying? Like that's
cool. And the more people we get on board, the more active it is, and through that, like the more people will see it. And
yeah. Okay. But yeah, like I said, so we'll see. But anyway, the whole point is that we can we can do this every day, and we'll attract more and more people every day to it, just because it's popular to you know what I'm saying.
It's a popular format, yeah, because like, and I think this
people
is like the
debates and arguments and stuff like that.
Yes, just getting angles, just getting to know how other people feel about like the things you.
I probably watch at least 5 to 6 hours a week of debates and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, that's what you got to get better at. I mean, that's why when I'm in debating, I'm better than you at it because I sit there and watch the tactics and the things that they do.
Okay. Hold on. That sounds like a challenge. All right, give us another topic.
Okay. Can I pick any topic I want?
You can pick any topic you want,
Go for
or
it.
you can default to me to pick a topic.
Okay, if you already got a topic, go ahead and pick it. As long as it's something I'm contrarian to. Can't be like, hey, I'm pro-abortion. Like, me too. Done with the topic. You know, like,
yeah.
It has to be something that's contrarian.
Are you pro-abortion?
No, but the point was.
I feel like that is a good one to talk about. Because that one's like a very.
Are you pro-abortion?
I was before. Since recently that I've gotten into like religious interest. Well, I guess it's kind of my view both before and now. Actually, I would be personally pro-life, but I don't agree with certain things that like pro-choicers believe. But at the same time, I don't feel like I'm well versed enough on the topic to be like, you guys should view this my way. So I'm just kind of like, I'm this way, they're whatever way they are.
I typically don't. I mean, like, I don't have an issue with debating. I typically don't debate it because it's a self-solving problem. But if you want,
we did talk about that. That's true.
Yeah, it is a self-solving problem.
Okay, I think we did actually already discuss it, so we're probably just gonna land on the same point, which was it's self-solving.
It's self-solving, so it doesn't really matter. Like, eventually there will be nobody left in the abortion camp, and that's the end of it.
Yep.
And they're like, I was like, when abortion first came out in the 1970s and through the 80s, popularity of abortion is not high. They're down to like 40% and less. And they're like, why is that? Why can that be? I'm like, because even when they're like, oh, we're bringing people over. I'm like, yeah, most of those people are religious. Even if you're bringing over people from like Mexico and shit, they're all fucking Roman Catholics over there. You bring over, the Arab people from the Middle East or even places from Africa, Somalis, they're all religious. You're not going to get a state for religion. You would have to dig them all from Europe if you wanted to dig more atheists over here. You know what I'm saying? And that's the kind of position you have to be essentially a
pro-choicer.
You can hold a contrarian stance, but you really can't hold it deeply because of that. You know what I'm saying? Without holding in also an equally atheist view. I don't know.
You have to be like somewhat atheistic to support it.
Do what?
You have to be somewhat atheistic to support pro-choice.
Yes,
I think that's true. I think that.
I mean, I don't know anybody like even like you'll see the Catholic Church who doesn't want to put a thumb on scale, but they'll duck, dip, dive, and dodge the question of whether they support abortion because in the end they really don't. And that's the Catholic Church.
Wait, the Catholic Church would dip, dive, and duck that conversation?
Sure. It's contrary. Person, you know what I'm saying?
That is surprising. I thought if anything, the Catholic Church would be like the most
they want
stern
practitioners and they want parishioners, but they have to, and they kind of want to get you into it, and then tell you shouldn't abort anything, rather than tell you straight away you shouldn't abort things. But it doesn't mean that they absolutely do not believe in that. I don't know a extreme Catholic that's like, I'm devout, I'm super devout, and I think you should kill all your children. It's just
Well, Job would be like the closest example of like somebody who's devout and also was willing to kill their kid for religious reasons.
At the helm of God, if God told me to do it, I would do it too. Most people that either think God did it or God did it have done it because it's freaking God.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like if God's like say sincerely, God talks to me and is like, Josh, whack your whole family. Guess what? You're all gonna die because I'm gonna be like, or I'm crazy. And either way, you're still gonna.
I was gonna say like maybe that could have been Chris Benoit's situation. Then he said the second option. I was like, yeah, like cases like that, it could go act of God or just individual.
Whether you think I'm crazy or I'm legit, either way, you're gonna end if that's what God tells you to do. Like the one that said, what was I can't remember. There's a serial killer that told him God told him to do it. Just like the David Koresh people and stuff like that. If somebody says they're Jesus and you believe them, whether you believe it or not, whether it's true or not, whether you believe them, it has a great effect on how they react.
There's a lot of crime shows in which the God tells men to kill prostitutes. They go around murdering prostitutes because God told them to kill them.
Which one was that? Is that what Sodom and Gomorrah was about?
No. Sodom and Gomorrah was about that. Sodom and Gomorrah had very serious depravity, not just not just prostitution, but everything.
Mm-hmm.
They were into just about everything that, would be anti-religious. But like, yeah, the whole point is that, you can't be like, oh, I'm extremely devout. Like I don't know any pro-life Muslims. I just don't. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying they're very fucking rare.
Okay, they're okay.
Or sorry, pro-choice Muslims. I meant.
Okay. Yeah, I was sitting here trying to rationalize that. I was like, I think I get what you're saying. And okay, no,
pro-choice
I
Muslims.
see
Sorry,
that.
my apologies. But pro-choice Muslims. I just don't know any that are. You know what I'm saying? The most of the people that are pro-choice are either feminist or atheist, and even the feminists, a lot of times, they cannot back that up when put to the hammer on that. And that's why
back it up as like an argument or like for follow through.
They can't. That's why they say things like, "I wouldn't have an abortion," but, and then they use the word "but." It's not for me to decide for other people, which means they're not going to. Okay. Everyone says that. Not one of them says, I am a very religious nut, and I think abortion's good. They just don't do that. They're either really atheists, the ones that do say that they're, or to be fair, there are certain sects of the Satanism, things like that, but it's very rare, or even what we refer to as like a depraved church.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean is like they're not devout. Okay, like
not truly of the faith.
Well, okay, I'll put it this way. Do you know any Amish people that get abortions? I don't.
I would imagine
I've never heard of one getting an abortion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So,
but I imagine, because my stance was just, I would be pro-life. I don't have control over other people though. So like that, well, I did also say I didn't really know how I felt on it on like a grandiose sense strongly enough to be like other people should also just immediately be pro-choice as well.
Even people that are Amish that commit crimes are so religious that they can't even be penalized for the crimes.
Is that right?
Well, it's okay. Here's the thing: the Amish, they work 7 days a week. They work 18 hours a day or something like that, and they get off on Sunday for parts of church and parts of dinner and stuff like that. But for the most part, so when they're in prison, it's really not much like prison. Because they're like, you're gonna work 12 hours a day, and they're like, oh, we're only gonna work half a day. Because in their mind, you know what I'm saying?
It's better.
Well, they work 18 hours a day, so 12 days.
Yeah.
12 hours a day is half a day. Even though for most people it would be slave driving.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I gotta work 12 hours a day. But they'd be like, oh, we're only gonna work half a day. Is that what we're doing here? You know what I'm saying? Like, and they also can't. They have to confess to whatever crime the English charge them with.
They have to confess to it. How do they make them confess?
Well, this is how it works.
Okay.
The reason why they have what's referred to as a negotiation. If you have a crime that they can't fight the crime, they just have to accept it.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, like literally, that's just the religious thing. But it doesn't really change much for them, other than maybe they can't see certain people and stuff like that, because all they do is work and sleep. And you know what I'm saying? Like there isn't much different in an Amish person's life than what prison can provide. It's not there. You know what I'm saying? So also, since they can't say not guilty, they have like it's actually called a negotiation queue, where the prosecutors sit down with them and negotiate what would be a fair deal, whether they were innocent or guilty. All right, because it's not fair to them to just, you know what I'm saying, have to confess to everything. So not at least in an American system, it wouldn't be fair. So what they do is they negotiate out, let's say they get accused of murder, so they do 20 years or 30 years.
Yeah.
They might get life in prison or death penalty, because they automatically have to confess to it, whether they're guilty or not. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I don't know anything about the Amish lifestyle, really.
No, I don't know if that's everybody in the plainclothes community, which is what they call themselves, whether they're Quakers and, so not just
the
Amish.
plain. Oh, okay, plainclothes, PLA.
Plainclothes community. They don't have any logos or icons on anything. So, like, I don't know. Like, Quakers may be allowed, because, like, I think Quakers are allowed to own a car, and the Amish aren't. You know what I'm saying? There's just different rules for different communities. But either way, it's kind of hard, because with the Amish, they're about the most brutal on it, and then like it doesn't change anything for them. They work. The only thing I guess they could do to punish them, well, they can't deny them religion or prayer time. You know what I'm saying? Like you could do it for Muslims or anybody. And then beyond that, it's just work, sleep. There's no real way to punish them. At least not without like actually like chopping off a hand or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's no real way to punish them in the legal system. Anything would be considered cruel and unusual punishment is neither cruel or unusual to them. They can they work 18 hours a day or even 16 hours a day, and the other 8 hours they sleep. Like there's really nothing that you can do to them. So it makes it really hard to, like if an Amish person went and killed somebody, even if they went and literally legit killed somebody, how are you going to punish them? Time in prison?
I guess, yeah.
You can't deny them a Bible. So when they're sitting there not working, they're reading the Bible. It makes it really hard because they're not supposed to do anything outside of that.
They're not supposed to?
They're not supposed to. All they do is work, sleep, eat, all the basic necessities that God would give you, and the same thing the prison would give you. So unless they were going to start like denying them food or something.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a person could do that, but obviously legally shouldn't.
No, legally couldn't. They get their asses sued. No. So, but like I said, but they're not even allowed to plead not guilty. So they have a negotiation court, basically, is what they have.
Okay.
But it's kind of cool.
That is really interesting. I wasn't familiar with
that. Life, like that'd be like, because they like take people and they're like, man, why did I was like, dude, American prison is better than like some internment camp. So they're like, woohoo, you know what I'm saying? Like, even if you come like over from like China or North Korea, you get North Korean prisoners, and then they come over to America and they're like still in prison or whatever. They're like, hell yeah, we got cable TV because it's like they don't have that, and that's the most brutal condition.
Our prisons I mean, just the TV alone, like, probably is a huge part of what makes TV or prison so much more bearable.
No, like now in prison, you get like Xboxes and
that's kind of crazy.
No, it's true. You can get Xbox and what's it called PlayStation.
Yep. Nintendo Switches.
You can choose between the two. I mean, you got to pay the money, but still. Do what, baby? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
But you can jump back into Sims. But yeah.
What were we talking about before prisons in the Amish? Because this was all like in referendum to something.
You said we started with the abortion debate. And you said, "Well, I don't really want to talk about that," so I shifted it to something else.
Oh, I didn't say I didn't want to talk about it. I just
said we were going to rehash the same issues, and we are.
Oh yeah, you're right. I did say that. No, you're right. That's fair. We could discuss it more, but yeah.
Kimberly, Jamie, would y'all like to pick a topic?
See, that would be nice. Any subject at all.
Trying to pick a good one.
Jamie did not want to.
No, Jamie, she felt like she's gonna fall.
I'm trying to think of like a good one that hasn't been discussed. Like we've discussed slavery, we've discussed abortion, we've discussed religion. I'm trying to think of like what we haven't like touched on that would be a good like topic to be like, what do you feel about?
We can do
what if we talked about a hypothetical situation rather than a real life situation? Could that be a topic?
Hypotheticals are always cool.
Sure, but like
the trolley problem.
Okay.
Like, are you talking about like hypothetical as in, scientifically hypothetical, or are we talking about like just any old hypothetical?
Well, I was thinking hypothetical.
I don't know any of us that lived in slavery or even knows.
No, I mean hypothetical in the sense of like say for instance, what would you do in the situation in which Saw was a real thing? And like that was really going on in the area you live. Like, what would you do to protect yourself and your family from potentially being captured by his peoples?
You catch me first, and that's the difference. Okay, there we go.
Or like if you did end up getting captured, what would you do in order to?
I mean, I guess you would just have to keep a gun available.
Well, usually it's a guy in a pig mask that kidnaps you and like.
Sure.
Well, that's where the gun would be handy. As much as like that.
See, these are situations that girls would have a much more difficult time than guys because the guys can And I'm not saying that guys.
They wouldn't just go straight to the gun.
It'd be a harder fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, could you imagine somebody saying, "All right, we're gonna go kidnap Mike. We better get a backup crew." You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, he's strong.
Sure, he's not gonna give up just easily.
Mm-hmm. So you fight. Like that's the natural answer. You fight.
Fight.
I give it about a week. I think they'd bring me back.
Jamie said she'd just give it a week and then bring her back.
After about 3 days, my meds are gonna wear off. So,
like, this bitch is crazy.
Bring me back.
As long as I come back, that sounds like a fair deal. It's not. It's entirely lopsided as a deal.
But no. So like I said, I understand that, but that's probably a bad topic, Kim, just because. I mean, it's fine if you girls want to discuss it. It's different for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like when they're like, oh, what if somebody attack him? Like, I shoot him in the face. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's Cayden.
Yeah.
Dude, shoot him in the face. You know what I'm saying? But you girls are more sensitive, and you may be able to get.
Well, how would you shoot somebody in the face that you never saw coming because they came up from behind you, put a rag over your face, and like you were out? Like that would be it. You're chloroformed. You're done. You wake up in a fucking room.
This is the state of Florida. You don't even get like. Good luck getting around any fast now. Like we live in spaciously. We walk spaciously. It's not like other states where it's crowded and you're used to somebody being on your back. So like you know that. Kim, if it isn't somebody I really love, they can't get within fucking 10 feet of me without me reacting. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying I can't be strict, but walking behind me and grabbing some chloroform ain't gonna do the job.
Oh no.
Yeah, you hear the footsteps. I feel like most men's natural reaction is to like turn back the moment they hear a footstep, just because it's like a vigilant
like
default.
A movie where you're like, I heard a noise. Let's go investigate that. We're like, shh. Let's go investigate that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking like if you were out in public and somebody was like following you. I mean, in public, obviously there'd be witnesses. That'd be like a dumb time for like Jigsaw to do that. But
sure.
That's like how men, or at least that I've noticed, men typically react is like they're constantly like looking around at noises and checking what it is.
Sure, always.
Yeah.
It's that hyper instinct that comes from our days as cavemen. You know what I'm saying? Like. We still have
it is. It's kind of like biologically coded in.
And I'm not saying somebody couldn't sneak up on your boyfriend and do that. You know what I'm saying?
Probably. Very easily.
Do what?
Dirty.
I don't know. I can't see right now.
When you're high out of your mind, you have a whole different perspective. But like me, I'm hyper vigilant. So is Mike.
Yeah.
Jamie's definitely hyper vigilant. Like, kill another innocent person again. I thought they were, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know.
Oh, yeah. If anyone ever gets the balls to come up behind me with chloroform, they better be fucking ready.
Cheer that?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, but, and even you, Kim, how? Like, where was you ever 10 feet from a gun in my house? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then when you go out, you know what I'm saying? You're like, everybody has a gun.
Yeah,
right.
It's Florida. Everybody has a gun.
Especially this county where it's like 1 in 2 people have a gun.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why you don't see Antifa
only 1 in 2
protesting.
That's pretty surprising.
Well, the other people are criminals and they
aren't legally allowed. That makes sense.
Right, which means they still have a gun. They just can't tell you about it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because
that's true. They just probably like get it from a friend at that point, and then now they have a gun as well. So it's just not going to show up on like surveys.
I know for a fact that me and Ken have guns. I know for a fact that my mother has a gun. I know Steve doesn't have a gun, but I also know Steve has access to a gun if he needs to get one. I know Bob has a gun. You go to the street the other way. I know that.
I have like 3. Said I have a couple.
Right. That's my point. You could look up now, and I have close to 50 or 100 guns. I have a freaking rocket launcher up there. Not even a grenade launcher.
No way.
Yes.
Yeah, you got a grenade launcher.
We can't show that on stream though.
Yeah, I don't
Goodwill? No, we can't. Yeah, at Goodwill. Paul found it at fucking Goodwill.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he said he did. Something like a thrift store or something.
His dad found it and he got it.
Oh, his dad found it. Sorry. I thought Paul found it himself. No, his dad then. Either way, some variant of that. Like,
all right.
Somewhere you wouldn't expect to find something like that, though, for sure. Like, the fuck?
I have all Paul's weapons up here. And Paul's not weaponless because he has all his dad's weapons because his dad passed away. All right, and as soon as he's legally allowed to have them again, because he's technically until he gets off probation, he can't have them again. But as soon as you go back, they're all going to go back. And even now, I still have 12 guns.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because those are just my guns, like my handgun, my rifle, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're never more than like freaking 3 feet in my house from a weapon.
Yeah.
So that's why situation would be really hard to do out here. It's not the same as like in the city. You know what I'm saying? If you see them, they're like, oh. And then of course the bitches are dumb as rocks. They're like, I walked into my bedroom. I'm like, do you think anybody's ever not at my house? Like,
no.
Like nobody's gonna be breaking in here. I mean, I don't even lock my doors because of that.
For real?
Generally, yeah,
makes sense.
Who the fuck's gonna get here? Like, anybody that's gonna rob me is gonna be Andy Taylor, Steve, or somebody that has access to my house.
Mm-hmm.
But it isn't gonna be some stranger.
Because even then, I can't imagine they would risk that.
The biggest fucking stupid on the planet, dude. She's like, somebody's over your house. I'm like, I'll be sitting at her house. I'm like, I'm like sitting at her house. She's like, somebody walked in your yard. Who's in your yard? Oh, they look like you're disturbing the pig. I mean, like, it's hypervigilance.
Yeah, it's ingrained. It's like naturally ingrained into men.
In the inner city, you may have situations like that, but that's not situations that we have. Here.
Yeah.
Like as much as Kim may or may not worry about stuff. Kim's relatively safe in Lake Back. She really is. Like,
too many. Fun.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Most people would know me well enough out here that if I knocked on 9 out of 10 doors, somebody probably knows me and would let me in.
Yeah,
sure. That's kind of the point. Same with Cayden, same with me, same with Jimmy.
And if all else fails, I show up at Josh's house like, hey, I need safety. I need help.
Sure.
Something bad is happening to me.
Jessica Rooker came here one time for safety like that.
Yes, she did.
She came, and I was like, okay. I was like, because she kept saying, I'm scared. Okay. So what I do, I got a bunch of guys and a bunch of arsenal weapons to protect her. And she was getting more fearful. And then she heard a motorcycle coming up the driveway, and she got really scared. She ran out the front door. I'm like, the fuck was that? Like, usually somebody scares right in the opposite direction, not somebody's running towards it. And she's like, I thought it was him. I was like, okay. I was like, I thought you didn't. She's like, I'm scared y'all are going to kill him. I'm like, why didn't you say that? Every time she said she was scared more, I'd increase the security there. More people, more
right. We were thinking she's scared of him.
Not scared of us hurting him. And I was like, okay, shit. Like, why don't you just tell me?
Was this Joe?
My sister Jessica.
Oh.
But yeah, so I got the wrong impression. Like, and I was like, okay, I need to make it more secure for her. So I got more security for her. To the point where I think I had like 3 or 4 guys in my house, like around the clock. Gary, you know what I'm saying? Like,
it was me, you, Paul, my friend Josh Wallace, and like 2 other people. Like, just armed to the walls, ready to defend her at any. Like,
sure, because I thought she was scared because he was in a biker gang. He was a pagan or whatever. You know what I'm saying? By pagan biker gang. So I can understand that there's legitimate fear in that. You know what I'm saying? It's not just some douchebag on a bike. Now, I don't know how much pool he had or even how much pool they had in there, but there's a possibility that they could. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, turns out she was so fearful for him. I was like, my bad. I didn't even realize I produced that kind of fear in somebody. But yeah. So no. But yeah, like I said, so it'd be real hard.
I have a question for Jamie because she would know it. It's related to food. It's not related to this.
Okay.
When I have hot food in a bowl, do I need to let it cool all the way down before I put it in the fridge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure.
Oh, so it doesn't shatter. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's a plastic bowl.
If you draw too much cool air out of the refrigerator, it'll make everything in there go bad overnight.
Yeah, you don't want to do that either.
Oh, yuck. That would suck. I would be mad. Thank you.
Yeah.
I needed her expertise on that for a moment.
But yeah, so these are all interesting topics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Did Ryan ever get back with you on that, or
he said 30 minutes, and it's only been 5, so another 25 minutes.
That's fine. I was just wondering. I'm gonna be out here until 11 or something.
So it should dial it back.
Yeah, another hour 15 sounds good.
Yeah, I don't care. Like as long as our conversation stays like this, I don't mind. Like the other day, me and you sat here for 5 hours. Me and you.
We did.
Because it was fun. We were talking.
It was nice.
Do what?
It was nice. It's still nice.
I put it in there too.
I'm sorry?
Do what?
Is it something really obvious when it feels stupid?
But yeah, like I said, so there's also, and then there's also bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I don't. There's certain topics like I just don't usually worry about debating.
That goes on top.
Like I'm eager to debate something, but like, okay.
You think some things are just so cut and dry, or is it like you feel like it's too much of a headache to like try to get somebody to?
Headache ain't the issue. It's that okay, like, all right, am I still going to be debating abortion in 20 years? No, because there'll be almost no abortionists left. Like it's just some things are not
that. Because like I agreed with that earlier, but when I thought about it, because the people now who are like pro-abortion, they would be, they wouldn't have been raised by. I guess they could have been raised by people who were pro-abortion that just chose not to abort. But the fact that it's like on social media and it's like a huge talking point, like a lot of people are aware of it, and so as long as it stays legal, I think newer generations could like have some percentage gravitate towards pro-abortion.
It won't stay legal. It's already less legal than it was even 5 years ago.
That is true. It is less legal. I just don't know how far it is. Like, eventually it will completely dissolve. I can't confidently predict like when I feel like that would be the case.
I can't say exactly what day it'll be like completely, but at some point it'll start to shift to 60-40 and they will pass abortion laws. They just will. You know what I'm saying? Like, and now that the Supreme Court has already said it's up to the states, which means it's up to the federal government, it'll eventually go away.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why they're grasping at straws here. I'm like, you're never going to get, 90% of the population behind abortion because even their heart of hearts, they're like, yeah, that's kind of murder.
Yeah, because that was like the main thing that kept me from like, even when I was like in the stance of like.
And that's why you have so many, I support abortion, but I would never do it.
Well, yeah, that as well. But with abortion specifically. Like I did say that I had an issue with the pro-lifer or not the pro-lifer, the pro-choicer argument, and that's that they argue that it's not a life form. And I feel like even if you're going to commit abortion, you have to acknowledge that is a life form.
Yes,
and the capacity for life.
They refuse to acknowledge that it's a life form because if they acknowledge it as a life form, then they have to acknowledge that they're killing a life. Then the question comes in, and
the only disparity, I guess, in that case would be
issue, you know what I'm saying, a 20-year issue. You know what I'm saying? So the first thing they have to do is deny that it's a life. It's kind of like denying that black people are people. That's how they made them. They're like, oh, they're not really people. And you convince enough people that they're not really people, then boom, slavery's back on. You know what I'm saying? Like
the only argument that I think that they can have for like while acknowledging it as a life would be that it's a different magnitude. No, not that. That it's a different magnitude. And as a result of that, well, kind of like how like we don't consider killing like a dog the same as killing a person, but we do consider killing a dog worse than killing like an ant or a bird or something that you would normally eat.
Yeah, but you can't do that without it being a human. Here's the problem. It's a life because it's a life, and it's human life because it's human DNA, the same as you are, the same as...
Yes, I agree with that.
Right. So whether it's me, you, or the baby, or the fetus, or the clump of cells, whatever you want to call it, it's still human.
Okay.
You can't escape the humanity of it, literally the humanity of it. Like, whereas with a dog, you can say, well, it's a dog. It's not a human.
Mm-hmm. Which even then, I don't feel like that's
even killing the dog. Like I could kill my dog right now, and I might even get a year in prison. But that's all I'm getting. I'm not getting life in prison. I'm getting cruel and unusual punishment to a dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, not that I would kill a dog. I love my dog, but like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
I could do that as an example, and like that would be.
It's considered a very light crime. Like, I feel like it should be considered a much harsher crime, even for the case of dogs.
People literally stomp bugs every day, and we do not acknowledge that they're lives. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that's something I've been thinking about, and I squashed like a roach at work at a customer's house the other day, and I felt bad even doing that much.
So even if you use the spectrum, even if you did it on a spectrum, like saying, okay, because this is insignificant life, like a beetle or a bug or whatever,
like a human
it's
life,
acceptable
even
that I kill it. Once you get up
there's
to
2
human life,
Codiosaurus Rexes.
yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go away.
You're good.
But I was gonna say right before then, like it is a lot different. Like while you don't agree with harming any animal for no reason at all, other than to be an asshole, like you're less of an asshole for killing a dog than a human.
I mean, our whole food supply chain would go down. You know what I'm saying? Plus,
right.
like I said,
oh my god, I tease my cat all the time about turning him into Chinese food when he pisses me off.
Here's something we can debate: the vegetarianism, where they're like, if you want to go pro vegetarian, I'll go pro omnivore. Like, because they're like okay,
they referring to like the left particularly?
No, I mean like say everybody in the earth went vegan tomorrow.
Yeah.
All 8 billion of us. The food supply would have to be rampantly so much so that there would not be enough. Oh, there's enough to feed them now, so let alone. So if you cut,
that's true, because you'd have to make up for the amount of meat that's missing that's available as a resource. So you'd have to have like double the fruit plants and vegetable plants
closer
and bread.
to 10 times the plants, because all right, yes, you get some protein from non-meat products, yes.
Plantains, I think, have some.
Is a lot. Do what?
Plantains, I think, have some,
but not like a steak does.
No, not like a steak.
Like you know what I'm saying. You eat one steak, you're getting 40-50 calories of protein or grams of protein. You're eating 40-50 grams of powder protein or anything like that. That's a lot. I mean, you have to guzzle it. And,
which now we still have milk, and we do also have like isolated protein, so we could compensate for that.
Milk does not qualify for vegan though. You couldn't use it because it's an animal product.
Well, yeah, that's more vegetarian.
Certain types of vegetarians, like avio vegetarians, cook. Just like the best diet is an avio lactate, whatever vegetarian, the one where they eat fish, eggs, and basically what we refer to as diet food or lean foods.
Yeah, and I'm pro that kind of diet. I'm pro like 100% all for.
It's barely a vegetarian diet. You know what I'm saying? And that's because fish don't have nerve endings, therefore technically they can't feel pain.
Even then, I feel bad for the fish, but I do feel less bad for fish than like cows or chickens or pigs.
Well, I mean, that's because you're getting further and further away. It's like eating crickets. You know, people don't think much about eating crickets. Like,
I forget about that option. You could literally just eat a cricket.
But it's still a meat product, so it would not fit the vegan category. It would fit the vegetarian category, but it would not fit the vegan category.
Yeah, it would fit the ovio vegetarian, which I guess is like the diet I was promoting or suggesting the other day.
Because it is the best diet. Like if you ate plenty of fish, plenty of eggs, plenty of milk, and then rest vegetables and stuff, you'd be lean, skinny, the whole deal.
And you wouldn't have to kill a more prominent animal for it.
Sure.
Which even
I'm not opposed to that. Like if we're like, hey, we want to swap out the steak for fish, like I'm not opposed to it. You know what I'm saying? Like
I'm all for that. I feel like people could.
But the problem is
pick that up more.
The more you cut supply off, the less supply there is to feed people.
Yes, that's true.
The ocean is not unlimited. Yes, it's regenerative, but it's not unlimited. You can fish a place out of fish.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when we're talking about that, just like you can, yes, there are things you can do, but yeah, if we started all massively eating seafood and things like that, we'd have, even now, most people can't afford seafood. That's another thing, cost. That might work for us in America. Maybe every single person in America will work for. It's not going to work for somebody in Africa. It's like, look, I'm going to eat this cow or this rhino or whatever, whether you like it or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can't really
that's what their rhino is our cow.
Yeah, their rhinos are cow.
Well, like India, they don't.
Well, in countries in which cows are not the prominent source of beef and food and meat, they may have kangaroo or rhino or whatever the hell they've got. So what we may consider, oh my God, why would you kill that animal and eat it? Well, the same reason you just killed a cow and slaughtered it, because we're hungry and that's what we eat. That's what's populated in our area. Like, I can't eat cow. We don't have cows in our country.
I mean, I think we should space our diet. Eat more squirrel, more things like that.
Yeah,
but
squirrels are mammalian. I feel like that's
those rabbits too. And I would be down to eat more gator. I would absolutely be down to eat more gator. I love gator. I'd eat gator every day. Gator, bass,
that's a big source.
catfish,
It's just like chicken.
Sign me up.
Hey, they're in danger. There's only 1.5 million of them in the state of Florida.
Jesus Christ.
In Florida alone, that's crazy.
Do what? Say
again, Kim?
No,
I don't remember what I said. Oh, sorry. I kept muted because I had TV on. I just got dinner ready, so I was gonna hop off of here and like eat dinner and all that stuff.
Okay, that sounds good. Feel free to hop back on after if you still want to like join for the conversations.
Yeah, if you guys are still on, I will.
We will be.
All right.
Yeah, I'll 100% for at least the
I'll
next
see
hour.
you guys later.
Possibly even later. Yep. See you, Kim.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Have a good night. You too. Okay. Okay. Can you hear stuff? Okay. I was make sure. But no, like I said, so and I'm not opposed to that kind of like if they were like, hey, but it's got to be a solution that actually is a solution. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And the thing is, like, sorry, people in the Middle East and Africa and stuff, they're not gonna go for that. You're not gonna.
You're right. You're right because I proposed it in the idyllic sense of like getting everybody on board, but it does have to for it to even catch on in first place. Like it has to just be pure volunteering to do it, and if not everybody's gonna volunteer to do that. So bygones be bygones.
Sources are the same. Like not every. It really is. Like not everybody's sources are the same, or religions for that matter. Like it. Sure, that's a very fine point. Jamie just said like, you couldn't get an Indian to eat a hamburger. So you may not be able to get certain religions to eat certain types of food that you would require for it to work. You know what I'm saying? Good luck with that. You know what I'm saying? Trying to fight religion is pretty damn hard.
It is.
You know what I'm saying? But
I'm thinking of like if you were to do it, what approach you would do. But again, at the same time, like it's not.
And then there's people like me who can't eat a lot of stuff. Like, okay, I can't eat no stuff. Well, generally, I can't eat no. Don't get me wrong, I do cheat on certain stuff. But like, I stopped drinking Mountain Dew. The reason I stopped drinking Mountain Dew is because I can't have high sugars. So sugar cane is out of the question. You know what I'm saying? Or high fructose things are out of the question. I drink a lot more energy drinks. What
for OV vegetarian?
No, because I'm diabetic.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like there are occasions where I'll drink some Coke or some Pepsi or something, but I can't drink it the way I used to. You know what I'm saying? So I have to drink more water or drink juice or drink energy drinks or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Which energy drinks also have the same problem. I have like a case now, and I feel even bad like grabbing this because like in retrospect, I was like, it was better than like a Monster, but at the same time, it's still an energy drink. I could have gone without it.
Well, I mean, that's just now you're complaining about whether you like Guarana or not. You know what I'm saying? Like
Quran
or Guarana, or taurine, or
Oh yeah, those
the ingredients in it. You know what I'm saying?
Which are those healthy at all?
What?
Taurine and you said guana.
I said Guarana.
Guarana.
I don't know if it's pronounced like that, but like.
Taurine is a naturally occurring aminosulfonic acid vital for heart, brain, and muscle function, supporting nerve growth. I mean, they make it sound healthier than I would thought.
Yeah, it is benign. And it's, energy drinks are usually a lot of vitamin Bs, carnitine, all kinds of stuff that's healthy for you for the most part. And it's not that it isn't good for you. It's that we drink like 50,000 of them a day, and that's probably bad for you. Just like drinking 50,000 sodas a day is probably bad for you or anything else. You know what I'm saying? But like that's the point. You know what I'm saying? Like you just can't. You can't. But since I can't drink a lot of this. All right. This has 33 grams of sugar, which is a lot less than say a Mountain Dew that has 70 grams of sugar. So I can drink one of these, or I can drink actually something that size of Mountain Dew would be up close to 100 grams of sugar. So I'm like 30 of 70. So, 30 of 100. You know what I'm saying? That's cutting back on my sugars to, what I'm saying? Like I have my shot and stuff like that, but, I got to cut back on stuff. Like, I don't.
You had a shot?
I have an Ozempic shot, but it does the same thing.
Okay.
My GPL-1, which spikes up my insulin, which takes my sugar, the whole deal. But it just does it more naturally than what's called. It generally
than like a Mountain Dew would.
Oh yeah, definitely one of them. But I'm talking about the insulin, direct shot insulin.
Oh, okay.
I only have to do it once a week.
Once a week is kind of like persistent, though.
Not compared to 3 times a day.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Like I think I do it one and done. I'm done for the week. Versus doing it 3 times a day with every meal. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I would have to do with insulin. I don't want that. So
yeah.
Keep my sugars down. Keep my, you know what I'm saying? I eat more steak now because meats are good for you. Less carbs. Like I just ate big fat steak, and I'm talking like it was like this thick.
That is pretty thick. And for a steak, I mean, steaks are fantastic. Like they do taste fantastic.
Yeah. And when I'm not eating that, I'm eating bacon, I'm eating pork chops, and you know what I'm saying? And yeah, that meat probably isn't always the best for me to some degree, but I'm limited on it. But I can't eat a lot of bread. I can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, so when I do eat bread, I usually eat it on a sandwich or something like that. I'm not eating big rolls, you know what I'm saying? I don't eat much French fries, any starches like that.
That's all a result of being diabetic, is you have to eat less starches and stuff like that. Is it just because Yeah, you can't gorge on them. Well, you can't. Yeah. You shouldn't gorge on anything, like even healthy stuff. If you eat too much steak,
but you do have to eat something. So if I can't get up every morning and be like, I'm gonna have a bowl of cereal, but occasionally I have a bowl of cereal.
Yeah,
there's a lot of fucking sugar in that.
Yeah, you just kind of like mix it up.
I do.
Yeah, to get the most like variety and the most.
I have eggs. I like lots of eggs, and the eggs are really healthy for you and really good for diabetics and stuff.
They are.
That, yeah. But yeah, I went from drinking like 2 or 3 2 liters a day to maybe, I'm on a 2 liter of Coke that I've been on for like 3 days. You know what I'm saying? I drink less in general now, or at least drink less sugary shit.
Yeah. You still drink like the same amount of liquid, essentially, just with more water and less.
I drink some more water than I used to, which was 0 water.
That's one thing that like really surprises me. Is for a while there was like one point when I was in Gainesville where I just like for a couple of weeks didn't even drink water. It was just like soda or energy drinks, and I was surprised that like one that like you could function like that. Like it was surprising it didn't create like a very serious dehydration for me. But 2 is that like the second one was supposed to be more pertinent to what you said. What was remind me what the last thing you said was?
I said I drink less. I said I drink more water than I used to.
Okay, I guess my second point was just going to boil down to water's still better, and you should still drink that even if you can't. Even though, like, for some reason, like, soda is survivable on, which I guess it must have some water in it, like, already must be why.
What kind of water?
Depends on what kind of water? What, like salt versus fresh water?
No, I mean more like distilled water versus the spring water versus things like that.
That's
and
true.
The reason for it is because distilled water actually has no electrolytes, which actually pulls electrolytes out of your body.
And that would cause like more dehydration through the day, especially if you're outside working.
Taking a proper amount. Like my dad drinks a lot of water.
Which now that you mention it, I should refill my water.
Is it distilled?
What, my water?
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, it's a Zephyr Hills bottle, but like the only. Yeah, but it's empty, so I would have to get it from the sink. I think I have another water bottle in the living room.
That one may be distilled or not. Depends on. You have city water, so yeah, it's probably distilled.
Which bleached. It's worse for you, but
city water is what I refer to as bleach water.
Yeah,
it's not content, things like that, but
it's definitely not ideal. But also the fact that you have to first, like, the only way to avoid that is to consistently buy water bottles. Is
sure.
I mean, I don't know. Are there like local springs you can go to and just drink straight from? Because people can drink at like glaciers and stuff.
Yeah, I mean you can. I don't know. I don't know how good that would be, but you know what I'm saying?
I don't either.
There's a little algae in there.
I mean, cats like just drink straight like rainwater, and they don't ever really seem to get like directly sick from that. So I don't know. Maybe there's there's just public spring water.
Yeah.
What would you say is the best kind of water, like health wise?
I'm not sure what you mean. What's the best kind? Best for what? Best for what?
Having all the nutrients, like I guess the minerals and stuff. In which case, I guess the answer would probably be something like mineral water.
Yeah. All right, hold on one second. I gotta pee. So, Jamie, hold the conversation for 30 seconds.
Actually, I'm about to have to go pee too.
Well, we're talking about water right now. Should be pretty.
Water is disgusting.
How? Water is literally the least controversial thing you could possibly like play devil's advocate against, because it's 70% of the planet and in our bodies and required for survival.
Due to our water content, we are closely related to cucumbers.
You know what's crazy is that's kind of a valid argument. Like I was sitting there like, and then I thought about it. I'm like, yeah. If we're majority water and cucumbers are majority water, we do have very similar makeup, arguably. Which don't they also say the human body is 70% water?
Yeah.
Where does because it can't all just be the water you drink. I'm sure the body stores some water, but maybe it's also like maybe like when it rains on you or when you shower, like it gets into your pores.
It does.
What?
That makes so much sense.
When it rains and you shower and stuff, water gets in your pores. That's
when
literally what moisturizing is.
When it rains, it pours.
Is that all it is?
Yeah.
What?
Okay. Well, now that Josh is back, I'll let you and Jamie take over for a second.
Oh, great. I mean, Jamie's got to hold the weight now. We got to use the restroom. Okay, so now that Cayden's not here, we can call him an idiot. I'm down with that. Call him an idiot. Actually, baby, if you give me a hairbrush, I can comb my hair.
Punk did something really cute a little bit ago.
What do you do?
He was acting crazy, and he accidentally smacked my hand, and I went real dramatically. I was like, "You hurt mommy, ow!" And he said, "I'm sorry." And he gave me a kiss. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Yeah. So, what do you think about? Would you? Oh, here's one. And another thing, and be a contrarian with them. Should women have the right to vote?
Honestly,
Yes.
probably not.
Probably not. Okay, we'll see what Cayden's. I think Cayden's will be like that. So it'll be a good
You're
one.
the type of creatures that'll be like, I know my ex is voting for this dude, so I'm gonna vote for the other dude, and that's how we're starting.
Yeah, that's how we're starting. And I agree. I think they would. I think people will vote. You can see it online. They'll be pissed. I'm like, they're like, I hate Trump. I'm like, great. What do you hate about him? I don't know. I just hate Trump. And I'm like, okay, but you gotta have a reason. You know, you're like, hey, he's bad on tax policy. He's bad on.
I like Trump because he's not a kid sniffer.
That is a fair point. Nobody likes a kid snapper. But like, there has to be a reason for you to hate him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just be like,
it's a mommy. Then mommy sniffs the kids and go.
There you go. But yeah, there we go. Okay. So Cayden is a big dick, and nobody likes that guy. Fuck him. Cayden is a piece of. Hey, what's up? No, I'm just kidding.
I was actually hopping in so I could say the exact same thing.
Oh wow. Oh, I thought you'd take the contrarian position. No,
nope.
I did have a topic we could debate.
Ooh, I'm down.
Whether women should have the right to vote.
Whether or not they should have the right to vote?
Yes.
I would say yes.
Why?
Simply put, they're a citizen of the U.S.
So anybody citizen in the U.S. has the right to vote no matter what.
That's the case currently, isn't it?
No, it's not the case currently.
Nah, what? This changed?
Felons don't get to vote.
Felons can't vote. People under the age of 18 can't vote. I mean, there are exceptions to that. It's not just absolute.
That's true. That's true. I imagine some cases like dementia would probably also affect like legality to vote.
Anytime you lose your would basically lose your gun rights, you can lose your voting rights too.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And dementia would be a fine example of that. Like he's not competent to, so you could get his voting rights stripped. They don't usually, but they can legally. They could.
They could, yeah. I mean, I would just say like women are half the population. It makes sense to get their like their input as well. Like unless they're under 18 or a felon or meet any of those other criteria that like keep people from being permitted to vote. Like I don't see any reason.
I mean, women don't serve the draft.
That's a good point, actually.
They're not required to draft.
Yeah, so they could vote for a pro-war president, and then we would be the ones.
I would say that they should be able to be drafted because I can't be drafted.
Right, she can't be drafted. But
yeah,
I can. So why should she be able to vote for me to go to war?
Okay, this is tough because this is like a valid argument against women being allowed to vote, and that's something I never thought I'd hear in my life.
But yeah, I would say that's it.
Women generally are like anti-war, though, I imagine, but they.
No, I am pro-war.
Pro-war?
Most women.
Oh yeah.
Who do you think supporting all the Ukraine shit?
Women specifically?
Women is well, the Democratic Party is a good portion of women, great portion of women. They usually vote at like 70% or 60% of women. So
is that right?
Yeah.
Well, the Democratic Party like hadn't encouraged any wars in the last term, unless they like. Even now, the Democratic Party
because the Democrats
they did
supported
the Ukraine thing.
No, they didn't just support war in Ukraine. They supported war in Israel.
For Biden's term,
yes.
Or you mean currently? Oh,
in fact, they're having a big problem because a lot of Democrats don't like Israel, but not because they don't like war, because they don't like Israel. They like Hamas. But
well, the thing they're saying is like free Gaza. I don't know if the war is over. Like
what?
I don't know. See, that's the thing. I'm not too familiar with that conflict. That one kind of fell to the wayside for me, as opposed like compared to the internal U.S. politics.
It is complicated because it goes back a long ways and stuff like. But the point is that no, you absolutely cannot say that women are anti-war. They're just not.
I don't know. I hadn't heard too many like be pro bomb Iran, but at the same time,
be pro bomb whatever. Like be pro bomb Israel.
Yeah.
Be pro bomb Hamas.
Yeah.
Ukraine. I mean, like I said, I think
I would imagine
5 wars. I think the Biden administration started 5 wars.
Is that right?
Or military actions.
That's not one I was familiar with. Biden. Yeah, I guess wars under Biden would be the way to get this.
Well, some of them are long-going wars, like in Afghanistan. Like even then, it wasn't like day one he pulled everybody out. It was later that they pulled him out. You know what I'm saying?
Was the war going on before his term?
For like 20-something fucking years. Since 2000.
Yeah. Okay. So like every Democratic and Republican president had like hadn't like revoked that war.
I mean, the closest thing they can say is that they stole Nicolas Maduro, but that was the quickest fucking war I ever saw in my life. People are okay if the war ends and nobody gets hurt.
That's not Biden though. That's Trump.
No, that's what I'm saying, Trump.
Yeah.
But most people are okay with it. They're like, oh, he started a war. I'm like, no, he didn't. He just went and they extracted somebody in the end.
As far as I'm aware, like they talked about war. He did talk about war with Venezuela. He did support the idea of a war with Venezuela very adamantly. But like outside of that, I hadn't seen. Well, he also bombed Iran.
But
no, we kind of Like even now, yeah, there's still like the nation has been like pro-war.
Even stuff like Trump, you can say what you want, but Trump did bring home all the hostages in Israel and Ukraine, or Hamas or whatever.
He did. They did come back, and then he did bring back Maduro.
Yeah, that was in Venezuela, but I'm talking about in Israel. He's like, look, we're gonna get all our hostages back, and we're in the war, and he did. And for the most part, like, there are some minor things going on because we're talking about a country that's always shooting at each other, but it's back down to that level that it was before October the 6th.
I'm seeing an update from yesterday that I wasn't familiar with. It says, and maybe this is the context I was missing. Greenland, Ukraine, Iran, U.S., Europe, and allies caught between cooperation and conflict. Okay, so it's not at conflict yet still, so they are still working on cooperation.
Yeah, well, like I said,
that is good.
I don't think fucking the one soldier that France sent over is going to go to war with. Like
the one soldier France sent over.
Yeah.
Who did France send over?
They sent over like one guy from NATO to back up fucking Greenland, as if Trump was going to invade Greenland instead of just working out a deal with them, which is what he did.
Well, the plan was to negotiate. One guy makes sense, right?
Well, no, they sent a soldier over just for posturing.
Oh, okay. They sent a soldier as like a security guard to.
Yeah, like if Trump was just going to invade Greenland or something, like that was never going to happen. Just because Trump says, "Hey, we're gonna make Greenland ours," and I think that's where we're headed towards, and it seems like we're going there. You know what I'm
saying? Ultimate long-term deal in Greenland.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does say calls for immediate negotiation, but rules out using force.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's Greenland, and we're not. No offense, but
it's a small nation. Like.
Well, it's like a small nation. It's also a non-violent nation.
Yeah.
Like we're not talking about going over there and like.
I don't know. Have you seen Greenlandic? Have you seen Greenlandic mythology?
That's Inuit mythology, right?
It's full of There's this one legend about this girl who either had sexual relations with a dog or another man, and so her father takes her on a fishing trip, pushes her off the boat. When she tries to get back into the boat, he cuts off all her fingers. And can you guess what happens next?
I do remember they turn into living creatures. That's like the only thing I knew about that mythology.
Her fingers turn into sea animals.
And the sea animals specifically?
Yeah.
I know everyone wants to hate Trump for everything. I think it's kind of dumb to hate him for everything. I'm like, there's things he's dumb about, and there's things he's smart about.
That's the thing.
One of the things he is smart about is like it makes sense for us to have Greenland, honestly, because it's on our hemisphere and we can pay the cost of it all. And when we're talking about cost, we're talking about like the cost of a city. I mean, that's the population.
Well, what do we want Greenland for ultimately? Just to have it? Because they still run independently.
Yeah, but
I disagree because, like, what can America really get out of getting Greenland that they can't get through NATO already?
The ability to strike Russia.
They have that. They do.
They don't have that.
Yeah.
Not without NATO approval.
So you think they're just gearing towards like fighting Russia?
Well, I'm sure we're gearing up towards fighting Russia. Almost certainly.
That has been a long-standing conflict with us.
We don't hear about it a lot because of things that happen in Alaska. Usually, just don't make the news that much. But like the Russians have been pushing into our airspaces and stuff like that. They really have been aggressing on us. You know, in minor like they always like to push limits, even like Iran or something like or whatever country, Japan, China, whatever. They like to push limits where they can, you know what I'm saying? And if you're not constantly being vigilant about it, and I'm not saying that Russia's got its hands full kind of right now, but it doesn't mean that they couldn't stir us into a war. I mean, wars happen like that all the time.
So it's better to be ready for that.
Sure.
That makes sense.
But it doesn't mean that they wouldn't make an easy grab on Greenland, thinking that, one, it's really far away from everybody and everything.
Yeah,
it's closer to Russia in a sense, in as far as the waters go, than it is to us. Or anybody. Do what?
Sorry, talking to myself.
Oh, and like if Iceland had a big military, I'd say they would be the one in the best position to to take over Greenland, but they don't really even have a military. Not really.
Yeah, they also don't really seem to have the intent or desire to do that.
Yeah, and
like
that's
those
the
kind
other
of
thing.
countries.
Even the country that they're with, Denmark, they don't seem to want to, you know what I'm saying, put anybody there. Like, it's our military that's there in the beginning. You know what I'm saying?
In
But
Denmark in the beginning?
Do what?
You said in Denmark in the beginning?
I said even Denmark, you know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, even, okay.
Denmark's technically who owns Greenland. Or they're a territory of Greenland, let me put it that way.
Are they not going to cause, like, is it not going to cause some hubbub that we're trying to get Greenland if it technically belongs to Iceland?
I mean, Denmark?
Denmark, yeah, my bad.
It could cause a hubbub, but we could also negotiate a deal. You know what I'm saying? Like
that would be ideal.
Yeah, but it is in the fucking hemisphere over there. And if Canada wanted to take them over, that'd be fine too. But Canada doesn't have a military. Like they have virtually both of them have virtually non-existent military. Like Germany,
Canada still has mounted police.
You know, sure. Well, to be fair,
they have like much more military than just that as well. But I just think that's funny.
Actually, Canada has one of the most competent military forces. They just take out supernatural creatures, and we don't know about it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What kind of supernatural creatures do they take out?
Wendigos.
Werewolves? Wendigos.
Yeah.
But no, like I said, so like it does make more sense for us or even Canada to take over Greenland. You know what I'm saying? But what it doesn't make sense for is Denmark's a teeny tiny little country in the existence of nowhere that doesn't really even have the money to put into Greenland. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I think Greenland's population is low.
Based on Greenland doesn't even want to be part of the U.S. They'd rather be part of Denmark.
Yeah, that's posturing though. Okay.
Yeah.
I promise you, the minute that Russians come invading, they will be begging Americans to be there. And I mean that. They would.
I don't think they would.
You think that you could take it over by the Russians and say, fuck it, we don't care?
I think it'll depend on the negotiation.
More so, if Russia's not even able to take over freaking Ukraine, I don't.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good
point. Handle themselves.
Ukraine has our backing in the military. The population
and so does
is about
NATO has our backing.
Yeah, Ryan's right. Like Russia doesn't really have like they are struggling with Ukraine, and that is just like a portion of our military. So absolutely,
they're only struggling because we have equipped them with $200 billion worth of weapons. That's not going to be the way.
Going to NATO, who would be the de facto what? Which also they'd also do to Greenland, given the case, and like Denmark itself.
No, Denmark wouldn't do anything about it. They really wouldn't do anything about it. NATO wouldn't do anything about it. I don't think NATO for a second would do anything if Russia invaded Greenland. They would count on us to do it. They would.
Probably.
Not Canada, not Norway. There would be some force they round together and bring over there. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Norway, I think Norway would do something. Same with Sweden.
Maybe, but they don't have much of a fucking army.
Yeah, they're individually small nations. So like there's not I think underlying every situation, they would probably rather not be in like some kind of conflict with us or Russia, just because both nations are so much bigger than them individually.
Norway's military size is about 17,000 people, mostly conscripts.
17,000? That's it?
Yes, that's it. That's active personnel.
They are not going to want conflict at all, for sure.
That's my point. Russia has pretty much. I mean, yes, they're conscripts, but they have, they can throw as many men. Like, there's the reason why they're like even now, Ukraine's going to lose the war. Does anybody even recognize that?
No, because it's not even on my feed anymore. Like that and Palestine don't really show up for me anymore. So I haven't had like any updates on.
But and it's not that I want you, because I like Ukraine and I fucking hate Russia. I hate Russia like 1980 style, hating the Russians.
Yeah, Russia seems like everybody's common enemy right now.
They're gonna win. It's too far from us to, unless we're ready to go fight the war, they're gonna win. You know what I'm saying? It's a war of attrition, and after about 10 to 15 years, everybody's gonna start complaining about it. And that's true. Like okay, we went to Afghanistan. Everybody was gung ho about going to Afghanistan. Democrats, Republicans alike. About 10 years later, everybody hated and thought we should get out of there. You know what I'm saying? But when it first started, I don't care if it was John Kerry or whatever, Democrat or Republican, they were rubbing elbows and unified in taking over Afghanistan, and then they changed it. They kind of fought positions. You know what I'm saying? And it's not me being mean or being like, but like I said, like
I actually will need to refresh on it because I was trying to look into this Ukraine.
No.
The most recent thing I see is that Russia is asking for a ceasefire, so it seems like even they don't really want the heat.
Ceasefire is better for Russia because they've already gained territory. They can ceasefire, rebuild, and then reattack.
That's fair. That's kind of the same thing we just had with Iran's ceasefire that only lasted for a short bit.
Sure. But like, you know, but they're slowly taking back what would amounted to the USSR, including they have Georgia, Moldova, and parts of Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot that they're taking back, and we're just like, like we fight them at first, and then we just give up.
Mm-hmm.
So all they have to do is do a war of attrition, and they will win. Yeah.
Okay. Now that I'm back in my room, I can present a better argument. No, I think NATO would definitely get involved in anything. If Russia were to attack Greenland, even under Danish control, NATO would get involved. Like they've been NATO itself has been preparing for it for like years now, like for possible like Greenland invasion.
All right, the most likely allies to Greenland, or sorry, not to Greenland, to what the hell is it called?
Ukraine?
No. The one Denmark.
Denmark, okay.
All right, okay, is like the UK or not the UK, Norway and countries like that, but they all have very small militaries. You know, 17 to 20,000 troops is nothing. You know what I'm saying? It really is. And that's, you know, protects just the land they live on. If they sent those soldiers away, it'd be even harder. You know what I'm saying?
I'd have to fact check that UK one because
no, there's countries like France and Germany that have bigger private. Okay, here's the Royal Danish Army, 25,000. And then 63,000 reservists, a little less than 100,000 people.
That is such a small amount of people. And I guess it's like that's still technically a large amount of people, but compared to like what we know of our military and like how other countries, Russia, I imagine, how much does Russia have specifically?
Russian military?
Yeah. Soldier count. 1.3 to 1.5 million.
Yeah, and that's not even if they just fucking do what Ukraine did and just says everybody's a soldier now. Congratulations, here's your gun.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If they really wanted to expand the things, and they don't care about bodies, so they're going to win anything that isn't prepared for. But yeah, like I said, you know, like between those two countries. There's 45,000 active military troops and maybe additional 50,000 reservists for the Danish army, for the Norway. What's the other one? We'll say Sweden.
Yeah,
I don't think it would get involved, but we'll say Sweden. I know
that whole region.
Switzerland won't get involved. They just won't. It had to be somebody like France or Germany to have a real chance of fighting them. You know what I'm saying?
And also keep in mind that Denmark's allied with pretty much the entirety of the former Yugoslavia, which includes stuff like Macedonia, Croatia, Slovenia, Bosnia, Serbia.
They're not even really all that quality of soldiers. Like the Swedish army is approximately 15,000.
Right, but like they have all these allies. Like even if individually they don't have that many soldiers formed together, I don't see a scenario where Russia could take Greenland from them.
It'd be easy to take Greenland from them. There's no one they would have to ship them all over. That is a task. If Russia gets there first, let's say they do, and we do not intervene. This is with us not intervening, obviously. We can do it because we can ship our guys all over the world. But we're the only army that can do that. Say we're not involved in that. They have to prepare themselves, get a battleship, go over there, try to invade them, which would be harder because they already have taken the territory. And we're not talking about a massive population. It's just not. Like there's like 40,000 people in give or take in Greenland. I just don't see them wiping out their militaries to get over there. Like I said, unless France or Germany is involved, they were the only ones with and maybe the UK, but those are the only three with real serious population well-trained armies, kind of like Canada. Canada has a small army, but it is well-trained. Whereas, that's not true of most of those, Yugoslavia, or, what I'm saying? They're just not well-trained.
Well, keep in mind, Denmark is itself a member of NATO.
Yes, but NATO is only NATO because we are NATO. Like, if we weren't involved in that, the rest of NATO really wouldn't amount to nothing. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yes.
Which goes back to my earlier point with, like, because we are practically NATO, we could, like, I think NATO would approve pretty much anything like any military troops, any military bases we send up there. I mean, for God's sake, we already have, like, I'd have to get the exact number, but I'm pretty sure we have, like, a decent amount of military bases there already.
Okay. Yugoslavia's army is about 275,000 active personnel and about 780,000 reservists. So even countries like that, that's relatively small, and you can't send your entire army, otherwise you leave your country vulnerable. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but my point still stands. I think Denmark has too many allies for Russian invasion to be possible, including us. Like, I'm not discounting the fact that, like, I'm trying to think how to say this. I'm not discounting the fact that we aren't a force to be I'm not discounting the fact that, like, what am I trying to? Why am I having trouble phrasing this? I have the basic idea. I'm having trouble phrasing it.
It's a conversation.
I feel like you're discounting the fact that, like, regardless, like, if Denmark still owned Greenland, Russia invaded Denmark, we'd still be sending troops over there.
We would be sending troops over there if they don't piss Trump off and then he doesn't do it, which is kind of like the goal. I don't know if you've seen what.
Yeah, but I don't think Russia would. I don't think Russia would invade within Trump's term.
I don't think he would invade in Trump's term if Trump was willing to do it. If Trump's like, fucking them out, because they're basically. Did you watch the forums the other day when they went to the W? Like, they basically half the nations there were like, piss on the USA. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I don't think it's gonna go the way they think it's gonna go.
Oh no! Well, I know what you're talking about. No, what I'm saying is, I don't think Russia would have the resources to invade Greenland within Trump's presidency.
I don't see why they wouldn't. They have land adjacent.
Because they wasted a lot of it on Ukraine, essentially.
No, they still have one.
How much was wasted on Ukraine? Because, like, do we have, like, a concrete number to refer to as far as, like, how much resources? Because that would help us determine, like, where they're at after it. And it could be, like, a smaller enough amount of resources that it wouldn't be worth it for them to try anything with any other country.
But, like, okay, with each passing year, let's say.
Well, you didn't let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
I also realistically don't think the Russian population, even during a draft, would. I don't think they'd have enough in that regard in terms of, like, I don't think people would want to go to war with Greenland. And if they were forced to go to war with Greenland, I don't think it'd just be enough compared to, like, how many countries would also be pouring in troops to Greenland. Because, I
mean, go ahead.
Canada, for as small as a military as it has, I think, combined with, like, all the other types of troops being sent in from other countries to Greenland, I think it'd be more of, like, a little bit of slice of everyone as opposed to, like, one country sending in a lot of troops. Although I think Denmark, I don't know why I almost said Daneland. Denmark would send in what they could as well, like, in terms of, like, what they could realistically do to spare Greenland. Given that Russia's still recovering not only from a resources standpoint, but also, like, a military morale standpoint, I don't think they'd do it within Trump's presidency.
You think they'd wait like the 3 years for him or until he's like impeached? Well, if he's
No, I don't think
impeached,
they'd be
JD
waiting
Vance
on.
would probably.
I don't think they'd be waiting on Trump specifically. I think they'd be waiting for themselves to be in the position to invade Greenland within those 3 years.
I see you. I see you. Oh, heads up for Josh and Jamie, since y'all are also in Florida. An ice storm warning was just issued.
Oh yeah.
I was told it'd be cold tonight, but I didn't.
No, it probably won't be cold until the 3rd
of February.
Yeah, like February 1st or the 3rd. That's when that ice storm will reach us.
Oh, what the hell? Hold on.
But yeah, the problem with Russia is they have a population that is perpetual, meaning, okay,
there's a winter storm warning for like most of the U.S. except for Florida.
Not even the fucking storm wants to touch Florida. I'm kidding.
Right? No ice, no snow here. It really is the sunniest state. And I was over here like kind of hoping for some snow too. I was like, damn, it'd be kind of nice if it snowed in my area for once.
But yeah, like I said, Russia has a big enough population that it can, just like Germany does, and basically any country over 100 million or more can produce steady. Like the war's been going on 10 years, but each passing year, new recruits hit 18 or even 17. I think is what it is in Russia, but like can be drafted. Like they can do this forever.
Yes, but a lot of those. I'm not sure on Denmark specifically. I know a lot of the countries within NATO and the other allies that are within that area tend to have a drafting system similar to the U.S. Like a lot of European countries, where like you are signed on to a draft and like you can be drafted into a war like that. So like that would also balloon a lot of those European countries' military.
Yeah, to a small degree, but they're also very small populations with extremely small birth replacement rates. Some of them not even, like Denmark's birth replacement rate isn't even 1. You know what I'm saying? I think it's 8.8 or something. The government's begging people to have children.
But this is also assuming that it's all due to Trump. Like I don't think Trump himself would, if Russia were to even theoretically invade Greenland tomorrow, despite all his posturing to like, I'm going to take over Greenland, I don't see Trump realistically.
This is all given if Trump doesn't, let's say Trump doesn't,
Oh, I guess. Okay, this also makes a lot more sense now. I didn't realize just how close Greenland and Iceland were to Canada.
Yeah, and like I said, it would do Canada well to place 50,000 troops in there, but they don't even have barely 50,000 troops. I think they have like 250,000. Can't remember.
And also, like if they were invaded Canada, that would also motivate a lot of people to join the military in Canada and around the other European countries.
That's true.
All right, the Canadian Navy, Army, and Air Force have about 68,000 active personnel and 27,000 reservists. They have less than 100,000 troops.
That is surprising. That's actually super surprising.
Okay. So they can't place 50,000 troops there to keep them at bay. Whereas we can place 50,000 troops like it's nothing.
Yeah, and then boom, anything. Greenland would be safe from like a risk of invasion from Russia for a while.
But do keep in mind, Canada also has conscription.
Everybody has conscription, but I guarantee you the Canadian conscription is going to be a lot less soldiers than quality trained. Like, okay, one thing you can say about the U.S. military is we train the shit out of our soldiers. You get more flight time, more everything. They are fucking well trained. We're like a fucking war machine. You know what I'm saying? Like we really are as a country. But Canada doesn't have that. But like Canada's considering sending a small contingent of troops to Greenland for NATO military exercises. The move is part of an effort to strengthen ties with European allies amid concerns over U.S. actions. But they wouldn't be able to keep it or maintain. Hell, they wouldn't be able to keep themselves if Russia decided to invade Canada. Now, given again, this is without the U.S. Like, I know people don't want to. They're like, we don't need like Canada's always rode the coattails of the U.S. for as far as military. That's why the military's gotten so small. Other military was bigger in World War II than it is today. You know what I'm saying? And granted, ours is too, but ours is like, I think 1.5. I think it ends up being like just over 3 million, whereas in World War II it was like 5 million a year or something like that. But
yeah,
5 million a year.
Yeah, 15 million troops from 1941 to 1945, or 1942 to 1945. Which technically we didn't do anything in 1942. 1943 was when we really started over there.
Wait, so there was a bigger military then than how many millions did the U.S. have, or does the U.S. have now?
Oh, like
you said earlier, 3 million. Okay,
that's with reservists too. Like, hold on.
Yeah, reservists. That's true. I see 2.86 million, but that's as of March last year, so that could have inflated or deflated some.
Yeah, but it isn't by much, and it's 2 points, which is almost 3 million.
Oh yeah, active duty is 1.3 million, and then National Guard is 700,000.
Right.
Wow.
And then we like I said, and that's not including because like we have like, okay.
US what do you miss? Hold on.
To what?
I was talking to my cat.
All right. This is just the U.S. Army. We have 450,000 active duty personnel troops with 320,000 active duty armed National Guard troops. And then we have 170,000 reservists, total personnel, 940,000. This is just for the U.S. Army.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have Air Force, and because each branch has its own reservist unit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when we look at, go ahead.
I was going to say I'd have to do the exact numbers the other time, but like considering that Denmark's both part of NATO and the EU, I just don't realistically
see them being at any kind of risk.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I see that. But
damn, are you serious?
My bad. I just thought Brian made a valid point.
No, I didn't say not that. I was reading something.
Whoa.
Even the British Army only has 73,000 troops.
That makes sense.
Volunteer reservists.
UK is pretty small. That I was kind of expecting.
Like the UK Army size in World War II was 5.9 million.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So
there's a lot less people now than there was at that time.
Well, yeah,
there like for the militaries.
You know what I'm saying? But they're not trained, and like I said, it takes time and things to train people. One of the advantages we had is we got to take all the time in the world to plan our attack into both Germany and Japan. Because all we had to do was fend off the one attack from Japan, and then we just built up our military, and then
that's true.
Took it when we were big enough to crush them. But no, I was really surprised with that. I wonder if
I'm trying to look up something as well.
What are you looking up? I'm checking out that ice farm. It is massive.
Plus, it is not like
you're in Texas. Your side is gonna get hit by it apparently.
Yeah, I already know. We're already preparing for it.
Okay.
Like France itself does have like 304,000 active members.
Yeah, that's really small though for its population size.
Yeah.
Even UK's is really small for its population.
That's more impressive than like a lot of the other examples, but it's still peanuts in a bottle.
Germany and the UK and France could fend off a decent size attack, but all the other armies would not. Like, okay.
So if we're working with numbers like that, I think it adds up, I guess, was my point.
But here's the thing. Okay, like the Swiss army is 150,000, and that's for an army that would not come with them. That's a big army. It's bigger than pretty much in each individual one. That's active personnel. 150,000 active personnel.
Yeah.
In the Swiss Armed Forces, that you know what I'm saying?
That's pretty sizable. That's
yeah,
not.
Especially for small countries, they are.
Yeah, exactly. What I was gonna say because that Denmark seemed like it would have been bigger than
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And basically, in the end,
then France.
The Swiss army can put out 400,000 troops. That's bigger than Germany, bigger than the UK, and bigger than France by a considerable margin.
And we kind of match those numbers just like with our single army.
Oh yeah. Like we could crush the numbers, but like, but I was expecting that. I honestly was expecting them to have bigger numbers.
You know what I think would be the best like thing to do against Russia and China?
What's that?
What?
Strengthen ties with India.
How good is our relationship with India?
Pretty good. We're good allies. I just think like we could stand to establish more military bases there and stuff because it threatens. It's a good threat. It's a good base against China.
Do you think India would go for that though?
Yeah, I think they would.
They've got a very large populace of their own. I wouldn't be surprised if India is one of the countries that would like to be independent of us. It seems like the case for China and Russia. Sorry?
Do you know what the biggest army in Europe is?
Russia.
Do you know what the second biggest is?
Germany?
Huh?
Germany?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hold on. What were you saying?
What other big
What's
countries?
the second biggest army in Europe?
France, right?
No, it's the UK. It's Ukraine.
Huh?
No, okay.
900,000.
Well, that makes
wow.
That also makes sense considering what's happening there.
Yeah.
Do you know what the next biggest one is? Poland.
France.
216,000. Nope. France isn't even in the top 10. Poland.
Poland's pretty surprising.
I think India.
Turkey has a big one, but they have 350,000 troops. But I don't know if Turkey would be involved. They're barely NATO.
I think
barely NATO. That's what I'm saying. Like, go ahead.
If I recall correctly, like India has the fourth most powerful military behind the U.S., Russia, and China.
No. They have the largest military behind them, but they don't have the most powerful. Like, they do have the largest numbers overall. Like, this is how many troops they have, but they don't have a lot of equipment at all or anything like that. How Russia and China barely have any equipment. Like,
India gets too much hate, in my opinion.
It really does.
No, I like India. Don't get me wrong. I do not hate India. Like,
India's fit. Well,
I hate Russia.
I don't like India's caste system, but aside from that, India is really cool. It's got a lot of cool culture, but like the Indians that come here, I feel like they get harassed a lot. Like I don't know. They just seem kind of like frowned upon socially here for some reason.
Now, as far as power index goes, it goes France, United Kingdom, Italy, Germany, Spain, and the only reason France is on there is because of nuclear weapons. Same with the UK.
I didn't even know. Yeah, of course, France. Yeah, pretty much every country probably has access to nuclear weapons at this point, minus like the smallest ones.
There's five. There's 5 big ones, and then there's two or 3 smaller ones.
Really, out of all the nations in the world, or is this
9 nuclear nations? I think. And that includes, like North Korea that have like 10 nukes or something, and they're like shitty nukes.
That's wild.
But the only one that's really on the Asian side that has nuclear weapons besides us, that we carry nuclear weapons for South Korea and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And Japan, so that they don't have to. But I don't like I said, they're even. But the 5 big ones, and this is why that's who sits on the UN Security Council, is the United Kingdom, France, Russia, China, and us. The next
That's surprising.
Well, Israel technically could have a large stockpile. We don't know.
Have a large what?
Stockpile of weapons. We don't know.
That's possible. Although
They estimate around 200 missiles, but we don't know exactly. Or bombs.
But not nuclear, not necessarily nuclear, just missiles.
No, nuclear missiles. Oh, fuck no.
Oh, okay.
We sink fucking $10 billion a year just into their missile system. The Iron Dome is like really awesome because like that's why Trump wants the Golden Dome missile system. I don't know if that'll work, but you know what I'm saying. Like,
also, Katie, you don't. Sorry, never mind. I was going to change the subject completely.
Oh, I mean, military, or are you talking about like? You were talking
something
about...
else. Continue.
I mean, I feel like we've kind of like hit all the possible angles as far as like Greenland and Russia.
I'm just reading off stats now.
Yeah, I mean the stats already like kind of tell the story to expect.
I don't think it'll even come to that because I don't.
Yeah, they know that they're smaller. They wouldn't want to risk that.
Well, what we're hypothesizing wasn't whether we go, what would happen if we didn't get involved in it. Of course, we're going to get involved in it just because I think we just like war. Let's be honest, we're Americans. We love fucking war.
America, it really does. There's war in every
I thought Trump already. I thought Trump already conceded on Greenland.
There's still negotiations.
Yeah, actually, they just went to negotiations the other day. What he had is, he went to the WEC conference, and that's what spawned the sudden change in.
I don't know. I'm seeing in news Trump backed off of Greenland.
Well, like completely.
How long ago was the news?
Like a few hours ago.
No, I don't know because he just gave a speech like yesterday that said we're cutting a deal for Greenland.
I see one from 4 hours ago that says Trump touts total access Greenland deal as NATO asks allies to step up. So it seems like NATO and Trump are both trying to get this Greenland deal to happen.
That's not even a deal because like we pretty much already have total access to Greenland.
Yeah, we have total access.
We do now. We didn't, or we will, but we didn't. We didn't have total access. We had to clear everything with NATO. Everything.
We've had total access to Greenland since like the 1950s.
No.
Like specifically, the deal was like as long as we didn't impede on Denmark's sovereignty over Greenland, we could pretty much establish any sort of military base we wanted there.
Okay, President Trump recently announced a framework deal, a future deal regarding Greenland after discussions with NATO security Mark Rutte. This announcement came during the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. The deal aims to enhance U.S. military presence in Greenland while respecting Denmark's sovereignty over the territory, whatever. But the president may involve updating the agreement. High-level negotiations are expected to begin soon. Pakistan details of the agreement and how it will be implemented. So no, nobody knows anything on it right now. But they are entering into it, and this just happened the other day. So
hold on, give me a second.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing.
Going to NBC, but go ahead.
I'm seeing the Greenland crisis is what it's dubbed apparently.
Crisis? What's about crisis? Ain't nobody invading them.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, like nothing's even happened yet. But apparently, Trump repeatedly refused to rule out the use of military force, which I think is what he backed off on later. That made the negotiation more seem.
I think he was just posturing because France was posturing. They sent one troop over or something.
Yeah,
I don't think it had anything to do with it. Yes, Trump's an ass like that, and he will do things like that.
Well, I mean, if that was like all it took to get a meet in the middle like negotiation.
Trump's the kind of person, if you piss him off, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you're gonna suffer consequences or whatever. But like, but I don't think honestly, I don't think any of it will matter because I don't think we're gonna stop protecting Greenland. I don't think Denmark's gonna suddenly invade the U.S. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying is that like. That was his stance at first to keep the negotiation going, and then he backed on it later. So ultimately, it does look like it is a success of so far.
Yeah, there's just.
I mean, I think that's what this was all about. It's just Trump boistering like he does to get like a better deal.
Sure, and he probably will get a better deal out of it, no matter what Canada has to say about it. Which Canada's best thing, and here's the thing. Honestly, Canada's a B player, and they really kind of like, just like Denmark is. Like the UK is an A player, Germany's an A player, France is an A player. they have the ability to at least launch nukes at us. You know what I'm saying? Like if all else fails, you know what I'm saying? But the Norway army or the if it's just like Denmark and Norway, and let's say it's the 5 what are those countries called, Netherlands, everything like that, they would be wiped out in like 2 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like at least Germany and France and the UK could mount a defense. You know what I'm saying? Like if it was just Denmark on their own and they were just solo, they're not nobody's gonna mount a defense. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna last like 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. We've had a deal since 1951 that gave the U.S. the role in Greenland's defense and allowed it to have as many bases as it wanted there. It's just we later on retracted all those bases except for like the Thule Air Base, which is now the Pituffik Space Base.
And is that what like the negotiations of like? Well, if that's the case, then we already had access to Greenland.
No, we had access to them, but that wasn't the point. Like I agree, we had access to them. You know what I'm saying?
But you were saying earlier, NATO, they'd need all of NATO's agreements to establish bases there when they already have like a treaty.
They still need this. That treaty includes NATO approval of bases. You know what I'm saying? Like it includes yes.
But Ryan's saying we already had bases there and that pulled back. So that means that was already the case for a little while, right? Or maybe like
70 years ago.
Yeah, but there was specifically a security agreement between the U.S. and Denmark to allow bases like U.S. bases there.
Yes, but at Denmark's approval. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but like it's not gonna. I don't really see, unless like the U.S. is doing it to like an obsessive degree. If the U.S. was to start setting up like military bases there, I don't think Denmark would complain. I mean, I think now they would, but like before all this, I don't think they would have.
See, no, the thing is, like, I don't think that. I think Trump's goal with it is to have pretty much de facto control over Greenland. De facto control, meaning they don't run it by Denmark. They don't run it through the EU before they decide, or NATO. They don't run it through NATO before.
And I don't think that was his goal. I think it was just like he was saying it just to get more shit there, I guess.
No, because that would have been easy. They'd be happy to pump more money into this place. I think. I really think the goal. I mean, and like I said, these are like opinions. Assholes, you know what I'm saying? Everybody has one, but like I think that the goal was to start what's the word for it? If all right, Trump went carte blanche. He wanted to be able to just go in and put whatever he wanted there, whenever he wanted there. And that wasn't the case as far as the agreement of the 1951 agreement.
Okay. And so the current negotiation is to get that, but that way we can install troops and that would keep Russia from trying to do anything with Greenland. And
that's
normally,
what I mean.
Normally I'd be like that. It's a little bit iffy because it's like with most countries like or islands, like there's some distance from here to there. So it does make it more taxing on like the idea of setting up bases there. But Greenland's literally right above Canada, so it would be much easier and much more like close to home. So
here's the thing. And this is the reason why it's so crucial. I mean, Greenland may not seem like a shithole country or whatever. Like there's like 40,000 people there. I don't think the country is the issue. I think it's the adjacency to Canada, America, pretty much everybody that's in the NATO agreement.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what, if they could manage to get their troops there, their missiles there, then they would have hostage situations where they could literally launch on anybody, anywhere.
Yeah.
Same thing that we're doing in Cuba.
NATO would, or the U.S. would?
No, Russia would.
Okay.
If they could get theirs there.
Yeah, they'd be able to
talking about
missile silos.
Are you talking about nuclear missiles or any kind of missile?
Either?
Nuclear missiles, but largely.
Could be both.
I was gonna say I don't think that would make much of a difference today. Like maybe like in the 80s, yeah, but
why wouldn't it make a difference today?
We do have like defense systems for it, right?
Not really. A little bit of both.
Because like the nukes have gotten to the point where like they're so powerful that like if somebody launches a nuke, it's most likely we might shoot a few down, but like we'll be devastated either way.
Only by overwhelming numbers, but yeah. But the point is that
that's true. Like Star Bomba was massive.
Yeah, but they don't like Russia only had one of those. They used it and realized, hey, that was too big. We didn't want that. Like they realized, okay, there is such a thing as too big, and they haven't made one that big sense because. Go ahead.
I think realistically, like if if Russia were to invade Greenland, it would be more for the purposes of like, yeah, they probably is set like maybe normal missiles, but also like intel gathering.
No,
spying.
Just otherwise,
otherwise, well, no, never mind. I was gonna say something, but never mind.
Well, no, go for it. Just
I was gonna say, but like, no, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Never mind.
I mean, just say it however you feel like you can articulate it, and then we'll try to glean from it.
No, I'm saying like it doesn't. It was something that I was gonna say. Thought about. I was like, nah, never mind.
Okay.
I'm looking at China's missiles because they're increasing their missile stockpiles.
Are they?
Yes.
That's not a good sign.
No.
But maybe it's for. Yeah, no, that's just not a good sign. China's 2026 nuclear plans.
Sure.
Third largest nuclear power behind Russia and the United States by number of warheads is unlikely to increase transparency around its buildup in the new year. Oh, so they're not even telling people why they're like working on a whole bunch of weapons.
Yeah, in the last 5 years, they've doubled their nukes from like 400 to 500 to close to 1,000.
Yeah.
Potential of getting up to 1,500 by 2035. I mean, it takes time to make nukes. They're not quick to make. People are like,
that's true. So at least
it does take time. But
yeah,
I'm sure we'll waste time. So go ahead. Go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems like their interest is going to be like a lot of the places they claim to. I think China's honestly more interested in stuff like Japan and Taiwan over the U.S.
Yeah, but we have a duty to protect Japan. Meaning, if they launch on Japan, we have to launch on them.
I'm just talking about like I think in general they're just stocking up all their military forces, really.
Yeah, but specifically they're building up their nuclear arsenal, which you know what I'm saying. That's what's the scary part.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow, I'm seeing a lot of results for this too. This like apparently they've been doing it since like early last year.
What?
China adding or building up new nuclear weapons.
Yeah. They had 300 nuclear weapons in 2020, and now they're closer to 600 on their way to or something like that by the end of 2025.
By the end of the decade.
Yeah, by 2030. Oh, by 2030 they'll have 1,000.
I'm surprised. Well, I guess our government's been like gone through so many other countries. Like China wasn't realistically one that they were going to be able to address. But I do wonder if that like at some point that's what they'll move to after Greenland is like what to do about China.
How funny would it be if like China decided to launch an all-out fucking invasion on Japan and like they're sending troops and nukes and stuff like that, and then like a tornado came and wiped them all out again?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what they call the North Korea problem. Like even if North Korea uses its nukes on South Korea, say it nuked the entire South Korean continent, it may wipe out half of China.
No, I'm talking about like they started sending all this stuff, then like a massive tornado came, like fucking fucked up all the nukes, fucked up all the troops and shit like that.
That's possible.
Again.
That'd be like convenient.
We legitimately don't know how we don't legitimately. Well, we test ours a little better, but we legitimately don't know Russia's will work out. Go ahead.
Well, I'm making a joke because the Mongols tried to invade Japan twice, and both times they tried to invade Japan, they died in a fucking tornado.
That's kind of crazy. Like at that point, you just be like, God doesn't want us to do that. Let's just go home at that point.
That's kind of interesting. I didn't actually know that about China.
I didn't either.
China, but I didn't know anything about their invasion.
And you said it was the Mongols?
Yeah.
Hit by a tornado when invading. Yeah, that's news to me. Kamikaze typhoon, 1274 to 1281. The Mongol. This is probably like one of the funniest war statements I've ever seen. The Mongol invasions of Japan were defeated by massive typhoons. That is so absurd.
We beat their army, we lost to their fucking typhoons.
Yeah, like nature just stepped in and took that, like handled that shit itself. That's insane.
But yeah, like I said, I just don't, like I said, the Russia thing, I do think that it's because he is slowly rebuilding the Soviet Union, essentially. I mean, he's taking all the, Georgia is now part of Russia, so is pretty much everything. I mean, short of some of the ones that become NATO countries, which will be the last ones.
Actually, Georgia's part of the U.S. I'm kidding.
Well, yeah, Georgia is.
I know, I'm fucking around.
Wrong Georgia. Georgia's a country.
No. I know, I'm fucking around.
I wonder how many people read that shit and be like, oh, I didn't know that Russia took over Georgia.
Well, I would be one of them. I didn't know that either. But I don't know what all control Russia has. Like, I don't know if they have the way we have bases set up in other states or
nobody
countries.
Has like we do. Every scenario they run.
But does Russia have a couple, or does it have none at all outside of Georgia and what was it, Macedonia?
No, they have a regional control over there. Like they have I think was it 4 countries or 6 countries that they've taken them back over.
I think this federal subjects of Russia. This might have a listing for those. Oh, it's giving me the whole history. 2022 Russia invasion of Ukraine. Well, annexed Crimea. Oh, which is just a peninsula of Ukraine.
Part of Ukraine.
So
what's gonna happen to fucking Russia once Putin dies?
That's a good question.
Some other person will just come along. I mean, one thing about them is, unlike other countries, they have a long history of fucking people, and then he will be better or worse than them, but he will still they'll still be somewhat just as bad. They will be like, okay, we're gonna call it quits here for now.
I got you, and then it'll just lead back towards the same situation.
Eventually, they'll do it. They need the territory. The same reason why Germany was taking over the territory. They need the territory. When you're trying to be a superpower, which is what Germany was trying to be, you need the territory. Landmass is part of the
which Russia could utilize a lot more of their landmass as well.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's pretty fucking Arctic there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not a lot of
mobilizing troops and building it's a little harder than when over here where it's summer all the time.
There are portions of Russia that you can't even grow potatoes in. You know what I'm saying? And that's a large wealth of Russia.
That's rough. Well, isn't vodka made from
not only that, but a lot of those places in Russia have various political tensions, like Chechnya, for example.
Oh yeah, Chechnya. I forgot about Chechnya. They do have a strong relationship with or frictive relationship.
Chechnya.
What did you say, Josh?
I said they control Chechnya. They basically took it back.
I know, but the Chechnya itself is still despite being part of Russia, is fucking what?
I didn't hear what he said.
What'd you say, Cayden? Hello?
Cayden, are you there? Oh, he went away.
No.
Maybe he said he was going to. But yeah, and don't get me wrong, but it's basically Russia. You know what I'm saying? And that's all he cares if it's basically.
No, my point was even still there's still a lot of infighting and sometimes I guess not anymore, but even there's been historically a lot of infighting since the 90s between Chechnya and Russia.
Yeah, Chechnya, Georgia. I think, like I said, I think there's 4 or 6. I can't remember, but yeah, like I said, Chechnya, Georgia. There's a bunch of them. That Russia has taken over sections of Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? And that's not me Azerbaijan, I think, is another country that's like I said, they can be Russian adjacent countries, and they don't care if they're Russian adjacent or if they're Russia, as long as they do what the fuck Russia tells them to do. And that was like fine. It was fine when Ukraine was doing exactly what Russia wanted them to do. It was no longer fine when they stopped doing what they wanted them to do. I wonder if they go over to Dagestan.
I just looked up ChatGPT. Apparently, like the leader's son had a car accident, is in the hospital.
Who?
Okay. These are the countries: Moldova, Abzar, Georgia, and then they got the ones that are part of Ukraine. So,
what if God appeared on Earth? What if God appeared on Earth, said it's pronounced Georgia, and then went off?
Oh, going to Georgia.
I like that. I like that bit. I can envision it also working for like GIF and GIF.
Yeah.
God
just came down, settled that one pedantic detail, just called it.
This just really irks me. I'm fucking sick of it. And Georgia, and just go about your day.
You know, considering the whole like value of the word of God thing, proper syntax would make sense as like a thing that would peeve them enough to do that. I feel like.
Yeah, there's a few. They're Russian occupied regions, or you know what I'm saying, or whatever. But you know, Georgia's their bitch. Moldova's their bitch. Sections of Ukraine, it's their bitch. And here's the biggest part of that: the reason why it's easy for them to take over is because there's a lot of Russians in those areas. Like in Ukraine, like 30% of the population was Russian. You know what I'm saying? And they mostly lived on the outskirts in the Crimea area. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
And then they were Nazis, and then Russia was like, "Oh, there's Nazis there."
In Ukraine,
well, they weren't Nazis. Yeah, Ukraine were Nazis.
Were they? Oh, back in the Second World War, or like currently?
Well, there's no Nazis now, but yeah, I mean, not real Nazis, but like. You know, but yeah, during World War II.
No, what I was saying is Russia has more of a Nazi problem than Ukraine does.
I gotcha.
I mean, they have a bigger population, so naturally, but like, I don't think for a second that fucking he supports Nazis. Like, I think he absolutely detests Nazis because I think he has that Soviet mentality in him, which is kind of what drew them all back. You know what I'm saying? And then you know. I'm not saying that they don't hate Jews. I'm sure everybody hates a Jew. Like they really do. But like
apparently,
I mean, even in like
yeah, but like I don't think percentage-wise Ukraine had a larger Nazi population than Russia. I mean, homosexuality, for example, was legal in Ukraine.
Like how long ago?
Let me look.
But yeah, I mean, there was a big enough one to make the mistake that Canada did. You know what I'm saying? And Canada probably wasn't trying to support Nazis, but they were like, "Oops, we're gonna honor this World War II vet," not realizing that he was a freaking Nazi. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a mistake. You know, and I don't think for a second that Canada like wanted to support Nazis.
I let myself zone out because I was writing down some things to remember for later, so I could like look into them further, like the Ukraine conflict and the stuff surrounding that. So, could you repeat what you said?
Do what?
I didn't catch the last thing you said.
Okay.
Apparently I was wrong. Yeah, no, never mind. Ukraine doesn't recognize same-sex marriage. I thought for some reason.
Yeah, well, like they don't even recognize okay, and this is why I always refer to them as Russia Light, even though everybody gets pissed off when I say it. I'm like, they're Russia Light. They have a lot of the same things that Russia has. Like their laws are not too dissimilar from each other. Yeah, it does make sense, but nobody wants to. Nobody wants to believe that the Ukrainians are the good guys and the Russians are the bad guys. And as far really as people want to think about it, even though it's more complex than that.
Yeah, I don't have statistics for this, but like I do believe Ukraine was typically more accepting of homosexual people than Russia. Just talking to a Ukrainian and a Russian person.
Yeah, but that could be different from. And I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying that could differ from the Ukrainian versus Russian person you ask. It'd be like asking an American. If you ask, the wrong American, you'd be like, "Fuck all homosexuals," or you can ask the wrong, or even.
Well, no,
Canadian.
both of them were like gay, like they were gay people telling me about their experiences, and the one in Ukraine was favorable to it, but said they wish that like the homosexuality was legal. The other one I talked to said he's homosexual and freaking he doesn't even want to tell anybody because he's afraid of actually like getting injured because of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. There's a lot of countries that are like that. Which are these? Because like I know some of your friends. I don't know if I've met these two in particular.
You've met the Russian one. You haven't met the Ukrainian one.
Is the Russian one the one I think he is?
Yeah, Waza. I shouldn't say his name.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was trying to dance around that, but okay, that's right.
Cut that out of the stream if you can.
I don't think it'll do it for Riverside. Like we can bleep it for YouTube, but I don't know if the auto bleep like mechanic would pick up on that word in particular.
Are you able to do it, Josh, somehow?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Are you able to bleep out a certain word post stream?
Yeah, the name.
Yeah, that's fine.
Could you bleep out that name I said whenever you can?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if that would work with the Riverside stream. But continue. Yeah, okay. So I know who you're talking about now. That's right. I do remember that. I remember them.
Yeah, but like for example, they were afraid of interacting with us for a long time because of that.
That makes sense. Afraid of interacting with us?
Yeah, because they didn't know us that well. Like they were afraid of coming out to even us. Like the only reason they became so
they told us when I met them.
Well, the only reason they became so open about it was they found Ubo to be a safe place over time. That's why.
I see.
But like when I first met them, it was through Nick, and Nick was kind of like very vague on who they were because they had asked him to be.
I gotcha.
And so they eventually was like, "Oh, this is full of allies," and opened more up.
Yeah. Especially with Nick, because Nick's very forthcoming of it.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. They killed a lot of Jews in Ukraine. A lot. They killed 30,000 in 2 days.
Really? What in the past few years?
No. In World War II.
In what?
In World War II.
Yes, they did.
So did Germany, technically, but like they're not doing it nowadays.
Germany killed a mass amount, but the point is that I wouldn't say that they were totally. Everybody tries to minimize it, and I think that's the problem. Is they're trying to minimize it. There is a lot of neo-Nazis, or at least post-war Nazi affiliated people in Ukraine. There really was.
Yeah. Makes sense. If we were taking some of their scientists, other places probably were picking up some scientists too, or other like.
Right, but what I'm saying, I don't think it was as big of a problem in Ukraine as it was in Russia. Like, America has a neo-Nazi problem, despite us being like very anti-Nazi.
Yeah,
in the
but ours
1940s.
is next to nil, and most of the neo-Nazis that exist in prisons. Like, I'm not saying there aren't people outside of prison, but I'm saying it's.
Well, I think that's what the case is in Russia.
What Russian? I don't know of any neo-Nazis.
I haven't heard of that, but
Russians aren't bad because me, I hate Russians. I think communism is just as bad as fascism. But
it does pull up a Wikipedia page. The picture they use is from 2010, so I don't know if that's like still the case or if like 2022. Links between these groups and the Russian government.
The first thing I see on the Wikipedia page is, with the beginning of the Russia-Ukrainian war, Russian neo-Nazis have achieved international attention for their militant support of Russian-backed separatist forces in eastern Ukraine.
Yeah, but that's like calling them Nazis the same way they call Trump a Nazi, or they call the Jews Nazis now. I mean, like that really isn't a comparative statement. You know what I'm saying?
Like, I don't know what they're a different group than the group at the time and in the modern age. I don't know what their
they're
views
like
are.
Trump's a fascist. I'm like, yeah, Trump may be a dick, but he's not a fascist.
Training white supremacists.
I don't think he believes
how's that not comparable? Like they're full on supporting separatist forces in eastern Ukraine, such as the Russian imperial movement.
Yeah, I am seeing that now. The ideology of Nazi. Oh, that's Nazi Germany. It's that's not particular to Russia. The part I was looking at.
But my point is, I think a lot of the separatists in Ukraine usually were people who backed Russia. Like a lot of the neo-Nazis in Ukraine were people who backed Russia.
It doesn't seem like it. Where did you get that from? Like, where did you get that actually from?
I'm not seeing that in particular.
I'm not trying to be contrary or anything. I'm like generally don't understand where you came up with that one. Like, do I think Vladimir Putin's there to denazify Ukraine? No, I do not. But I also don't think that Russia has a massive Nazi population, or no more than the United States does. You know
I was wrong. I thought that was the case because I thought what I was reading was like a lot of the Russian-backed forces were composed of neo-Nazis, but no, there was just Russian neo-Nazis supporting Russian-backed forces in Ukraine.
Sorry, I'm reading about this Ivan guy. But yeah, and one of the reasons we don't have a lot. I mean, we have a little bit of Nazis because Russians did the same thing we did. We grabbed a bunch of fucking Nazis and said, "Hey, you're going to be our scientist now."
Yeah,
Russia did too. That's why we both got nukes, both got all the
stuff.
Yeah,
I do think it is a bit weird just because Russia does I guess not specifically a Nazi problem, but they do have a big white supremacist problem.
Yeah, but that existed prior to World War II. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just pretty much every Russian I've talked to has basically said, yeah, that's the case.
But you're not talking to average Russians. Hell, most of the Russians you're talking to over here legitimately either have some sort of affiliation with Russian mob and things like that. And I'm not saying that's everybody, but I'm saying that's a good portion of the people there, because those are the people that can afford to get you over here. You know, it's kind of like when they wonder why we have so many prominent gang members from El Salvador and stuff because that's the people that can get you here. You know what I'm saying? So even if you're not directly tied to them, you kind of look the other way, nod and smile so that you can get your way over here. But yeah, like I said, and when I say this in the comparison isn't much, but as I understand it, or as I'm reading it, I should say, neo-Nazism is a slightly more of a problem in Ukraine than it is in Russia. Now, that's not
right, but I don't think white supremacism in general is as big of a deal in Ukraine. It's not big a deal.
I mean, it's not a big deal in Japan. Japan like Nazis. They do. Most Asians do. Vietnamese.
They do use it a lot in their media, like Stroheim from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Most Asians,
but
on average. Sorry. Okay.
There's a lot. Well, the point I'm trying to make is that there's a lot of freaking white supremacists in Russia. I think more. There may be. I'm willing to concede there may be more Nazis in Ukraine, but I don't think I'm going to concede on the fact that there's more white supremacists in Russia than in Ukraine.
But that's just by general population being bigger. There's probably more.
I think even percentage wise, because pretty much everybody, again, every Russian knows white supremacists in their neighborhood.
Knows a white supremacist, an actual white supremacist, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
What everyone in Russia does?
Yeah, everybody I've talked to in Russia knows a white supremacist in Russia.
Yeah, and their history on it, the Wikipedia page, it's got a lot of examples between 2000 and current. That adds up. That seems consistent.
I don't know. I know there's a lot of paramilitary groups in there, and like this one's a pro neo-Nazi paramilitary group, and they defied Vladimir Putin's order to delete social media posts, the execution of Ukrainian prisoners of war. So I don't think Russia's in. I don't think Putin. Well, I know Putin isn't in bed with neo-Nazis, particularly because he's part Jewish. So, his family's Jewish. I shouldn't say he's really Jewish, but his family.
Is that right?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
I know a lot of their.
Putin
I know a
is?
lot of their white supremacy actually comes from like not only anti-Semitism, but like the Muslim equivalent. I know a lot of them hate Muslims, despite like Chechnya having a large Muslim population.
Why do they hate them so much?
Because of the multiple wars they've had with them. Because Chechnya was had a high Muslim population. There's a lot of like hate towards Muslims during the invasion of Chechnya. I think it's gotten better over the years, but like it has been that ramped it up back in like the 90s. And did the second Chechen war also take place in the 90s or second?
92. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
96 or 92 or something like that. Yeah, Chechen war.
Apparently they have like fascist newspapers in Russia.
Sure. They're not a total even as the USSR, they weren't. I mean, there were more, but they're not total totalitarian. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he's a diehard USSR kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? He really is, and that's why he's trying to rebuild the USSR. It isn't some sort of fascist takeover, blah blah blah. It's not. It's a rebuilding of what when he was in the KGB, and it was about, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
But also, you don't know what they call fascist, because like the Kremlin would call fascist anybody that's not fucking communist. You know what I'm saying? Like
Kremlin? With a K. Okay.
Yeah, Kremlin with a K. You know what I'm saying? Like they really would, and you know, it'd be like saying, you know, so you know, they consider America to be fascist. We were a fascist nation. Anything that wasn't communism, like that was like you heard that over and over and over throughout the whole fucking Cold War. So I'm not saying that there aren't fascists. I'm sure there's fascists all over the world.
Apparently, Trump invited Putin to a board of peace.
Well, I'm talking about like typically when I'm talking about fascism, I'm talking about like pieces that basically put race above all others, essentially. Like, because like Merriam-Webster's like definition of fascism is a populist political philosophy, movement, or regime that exalts a nation, often race above the individual, that is associated.
Except for that's not fascism. That's actually National Socialism. Fascism is what Italy was, and it's everything inside the state, nothing outside the state. You know what I'm saying? That was the fascism of what like.
Yeah,
Giovanni Gintel. And I don't, like I said, they purged their Jews just because they needed Germany's help, not because they had any animus towards Jews. Go ahead.
Like, I don't think communism's as bad as fascism. I have my own problems with communism, but like,
no, it's worse than. I mean, if we're going to go on a body count, it's worse. If we're going to go on a political. Because they, you know, and you know what I'm saying, and Russia killed more Jews than
I mean, that's
by a lot.
That's also just because like communism also lasted longer than most fascist states.
Yeah,
how much longer did it last?
20 to 40 years is all fascist.
Yeah, which is definitely not like to be considered long lasting.
Like I feel like the goals,
and then still having a huge like body count despite that duration. That is indicative. Sorry.
And it's mainly because I think the goals of fascism are way worse and way ill-meaning than the goals of communism in general.
Yes, but like that's not okay. When I think the confusion that everybody gets, and this is probably something you're getting too. I don't know how you feel about it, but fascism is not the same as National Socialism, and I know people don't want to be called that, but everything about Germany was National Socialist. It really was. As opposed to.
And what's like the defining traits for National Socialist again?
The difference between global socialists, which is what Russia was, and National Socialists. One was inside the nationalist state, and one was inside the globalist state. The USSR was a globalist state. It was many countries. You know, it's like saying the difference between nationalism now in the U.S. and globalism in France, or in Western Europe. You know what I'm saying? They got a globalist view. Matter of fact, they surrounded on a globalist view. They're forged together as Europe the same way that. Go ahead.
So yes, there's a difference between National Socialism and fascism, but you can't be a National Socialist without being a fascist.
If you use a vague determination of what fascism is, I guess, but if you use a more specific, which is what like Giovanni Gentile, so fascism, which is what Italy was. Okay.
So do you agree with that Merriam-Webster definition I gave of fascism?
What was it?
Populist political philosophy, movement, or regime that exalts national and often race above the individual. It is associated with a centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader.
No, neither of those are true. And the two parts that aren't true is, one, it doesn't require a, Benito Mussolini wasn't. I mean, he wasn't. He was a dictator in the sense that all the power resided with him. He wasn't a dictator as in
like ideologically.
I feel like telling me. But Benito Mussolini is pretty much the one that came up with fascism, no?
No, Giovanni Gentile was the one that came up with fascism.
Hold on, let me. I don't know. When I'm looking up fascism, I'm getting Mussolini's name way more than the other guy you're talking about.
Of course, he was more popular in fascism, but it doesn't mean that he's the one that came up with it. When you said who came up with it, I said Giovanni Gentile. And if you go to his page, it'll tell you that he came up with it.
Okay, who are you talking to? Who are you saying
like
came up with the idea
of fascism? Do what?
Who are you saying came up with the idea of fascism?
Giovanni Gentile.
Yeah, 1925. He had a book called The Manifesto of Fascist Intellectuals.
I'm reading that both him and Mussolini basically made the doctrine of fascism, though.
No.
Yeah, described by himself.
Benito Mussolini wasn't even a part of it. Actually, he was originally I want to say communist or a socialist prior to that.
Fascism promotes the establishment of a total totalitarian state. It opposes liberal democracy, rejects multi-party systems, and may support a one-party state so that it may synthesize with the nation. Mussolini's The Doctrine of Fascism, partly ghost written by philosopher Giovanni Gentile, whom Mussolini described as the philosopher of fascism, states, and the rest of it's irrelevant because it has more to do with the how totalitarianism is tied with it. But I don't know. It seems like Giovanni Gentile and Mussolini were too deeply connected, where it feels like fascism came as a result of both of them rather than just like Giovanni himself.
I mean, coming about is a different manifestation than who invented it. You know what I'm saying? Like Karl Marx invented Marxism, but he didn't do anything with that. You know what I'm saying? Like other than inspire other people to realize his ideals. You know what I mean?
But like I also feel like it's just like if you're going by since Mussolini based a lot of his ideals off of like the philosophy of Giovanni Gentile to the point where they were like working together in so much a state, then I feel like and if you're saying like Mussolini isn't a fascist for that reason, I feel like you could apply just the same amount of standards to like not Putin, to Karl Marx and Lenin and claim Lenin isn't actually communist because of it.
Well, I didn't say Benito Mussolini wasn't a fascist. What I said was he wasn't the father of fascism. You asked who invented it. And Giovanni
No, because what I said was the whole conversation was about was Italy a fascist state?
Oh, it was a fascist state. It was a true fascist state. But nothing in there is about race. It really isn't about race. Like yes, they purchased Jews out of necessity of.
Well, no, because it's like it's about either nationalism or race, or race.
No, it's about nationalism. And when I say nationalism, I mean nationalism to the extreme that Germany wouldn't even hold a candle to. Like they were like, everything is the state. If the state needs you to die, the state needs you to die. You know what I'm saying? The state needs you to live. The state needs you to live. Like that was they were truly fascist. Only the state mattered. Only the state. You know, if well, put it this way, even if the state needed Benito Mussolini to die, it was on Benito Mussolini to put himself to death. You know what I'm saying? When I say, and that's what I mean by the state only matters. And that wasn't true of Germany.
It is it's just not.
They were.
Go
ahead.
But like nationalism basically encourages the same amount of thinking, though.
Same amount of thinking?
Like the National Socialism, because it's all about the nation.
All right. I'll put it just like Alessandro Mussolini, which was was a socialist.
What's up?
Alessandro Mussolini, which was Benito Mussolini's father, was a socialist.
I mean, yeah, but my dad was a Republican, and I'm not a Republican.
Right, and that's why I said he started out as a socialist and then made his way into fascism.
Oh, okay.
Fascism already existed. That was kind of my point. But like I said, I don't really care. Like, it doesn't, like, even if they weren't, they still killed their fucking Jews. So I'm gonna be mad at them. I don't care. Like, it would be like no different than Japan. Japan wasn't nationalist. They weren't fascist. They were pretty much imperialists. And I still would be like Japan sucked because of what they did during World War II. Now they did do a better job of redeeming themselves, but then again, so did Germany. But you know, it's inarguable to say that wasn't what fascism was. You know what I'm saying? But like it'll even tell you that he wasn't the first one to pin the idea. You know what I'm saying? He's the first one to take it to.
I'll be right back again.
To take it to, you know, put it in practice, but he wasn't the first one to come. Go ahead. That's fine.
The whole reason National Socialism is fascism because it believes in a national socialism way. It believes that resources should be consolidated by one group within a society, and it's the government's job to ensure that resources are taken away from from the other societal groups and redistributed amongst that primary group, which by its very nature basically puts a specific national group above all the others, which would be fascism.
No, because it is above all the others. It puts the state above all others. Like the best way to describe fascism when we're talking about like Mussolini's fascism is everything inside the state and nothing outside the state. Everything is about the state. It doesn't
right, which is like
it's like the machine. If the machine wants you, the machine gets you. You know what I mean? Like that's the trope or whatever behind Italian fascism.
But but they also celebrated they had a sense of nationalism where they were only distributing these resources amongst a specific group of people. How is that different
because
from the definition?
It wasn't race-based at all.
But fascism can be fascism can be nationalist in nature or racist in nature. Like
Italian fascism was not. It was not racist in nature. It really wasn't. I mean, like I said, they didn't even kill off their Jews until like 1944 or something when they were losing the war. You know what I'm saying? Like 43 or 44 when they were losing the war. But before that, they weren't. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't have any. You know, Mussolini wasn't walking around saying "goddamn Jews" like he wasn't. No, not the way Hitler was anyway. Like he wasn't. It wasn't about that. It really was, and it really wasn't about that. It was about.
But also.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's also like trying to think how to say this. That might have also been because the Jews weren't as big a deal to Italy. They could have been focusing on other groups essentially. Because like, what was the Jewish population of Italy then?
Sure. Well, I don't think it was very big. I think it was like 50 or 100,000.
Because let's Giovanni. Because let's look at the Giovanni Gentile. That's the guy you're talking about. So like, I think the best way to probably do this and get an idea of like what fascism is to go to. So let's look at his works, for example. Philosophy of Marx, Teaching Philosophy.
Here we go. All right. Germany had 500,000 Jews. The Soviet Union had 3 million Jews. Which one? Italy had 46,000 Jews. You know.
Okay, yeah. One of the most common reflections on this is that fascism is itself socialism based on national identity.
Is that an interpretation now, or is that the actual interpretation then?
It's from a report called "There's No Denying the Socialist Roots of Fascism," but it is essentially. I'm trying to. Okay, the way they were saying it made it look like they were paraphrasing it, something that he puts in his own works. Gentile fascism is a form of socialism.
I did not know that.
What?
Gentile fascism is a form of socialism.
No, I'm sorry. That was out of context.
Yeah, that's no. But
I'm talking about the guy Giovanni Gentile.
Specifically him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying that he wrote. I'm trying to find this. I'm trying to find the exact line he said that in one book, but like the problem with this is that like a lot of his works are in Italian, and like I can't find like any like works published by him that like
I have the same
have
problem
been properly translated in English. But it's I don't know. It just seems like to me it seems to me more like National Socialism and fascism are deeply. It seems like fascism is almost a form of National Socialism. There you go. Or I mean, National Socialism is a form of fascism. There you go.
The National Socialism is not a form of fascism, and it really isn't. Like the way the structure of what they put together is not the same. When El Duce put together fascism, he didn't put it together the same way that the Nazis put together National Socialism. Like it wasn't formed the same way. It's not even like I said. It's not even. I wouldn't even classify it as something that. And granted, you know, there was only which I mean, you know, like I think 50,000 Jews versus 500,000 Jews. That's a tenfold problem in Germany. But the population was also tenfold, so there's that. You know what I'm saying?
So it's like essentially the same percentage.
Okay. So yeah,
same from percentile.
Gentile went so far as to declare fascism as a form of socialism. In fact, it is its most viable form. One of the most common reflections on this is that fascism is itself socialism based on national identity, which I believe also is like sort of what National Socialism is as well. It's socialism based on national identity.
Yeah, when I googled it, all three like descriptions they gave, they all seemed almost identical.
But the point, like I said, the point was, all right, what made the Germans racist was not the socialism part of it. I mean, socialism was there; it was always there, and it's there in every way. Germany had every possible program that every fucking modern day socialist would put their
right, but I'm not
children.
I'm not arguing socialism is what made Germany racist.
What made him was the pan-German merging with that's why it's the National Socialist German Workers' Party. The pan-German part of it. There was the pan-German party and the Socialist Party, and they merged together to become the National Socialist German Workers' Party. That was the merger of the parties. Two ideologies pushed together to make National Socialism.
Right, but right. I'd say the thing that makes them racist in general is their need to put their nationalism above all other.
No, because like I said, when Giovanni Gento or even Benito Mussolini, they didn't have a problem with anybody that wasn't Italian. Didn't matter if they were black, white, whatever. They really didn't have a problem with anything as long as you were Italian. And believe me, Italian has a whole population of Sicilians that are pretty much a merger between black and white in that sense. There's a whole fucking sect of society of that. So they're quite well aware of what Italian was. You know what I'm saying? And there were some on the north side that were the more whiter Italians, and then there were some on the south side that were more
but like Hitler was fine with like Muslims too.
Outside of Europe, sure. He was not fine with them in Europe, and I don't even think he would have been fine with them eventually. But I think he wanted a white world. I truly believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like he wanted a truly white world. And I think even his allies in Japan and things like that, he eventually would have purged them too if he could. If given perfect scenario, go ahead. He would have purged everybody that wasn't white. Go ahead.
I feel like we should get Max in this stream at one point. I feel like he'd be really interesting. He's like one of the smartest people I know that when it comes to political theory, and he's like really he's an actual communist. So I think you might have fun arguing with him.
Oh, that'd be fine. I like arguing with anybody, but yeah. But the point is that National Socialism and fascism aren't exactly the same thing. Actually, they aren't even kind of like. I don't want to say they aren't close because technically communism is kind of close. You know what I'm saying? It's like, the difference between Shiite and Sunni, you know what I'm saying, is the difference between communism and National Socialism. Mostly, go ahead.
On your quote that like Mussolini wasn't racist against black people, I'm reading a lot of stuff here that says like when they conquested Ethiopia and the constant guerrilla of the Ethiopians, indigenous colonized people are inferior, period. They should be grateful that we are helping them, but they need to understand that they will never become like us.
That's not, I mean, like, okay, by that definition, so was America. I mean, like, by that definition, but we're talking about in the context of it's 1942, and this is the context. By modern standards, everybody in the world for that day would be. And some of them even still to this day, like Japan and North Korea, and you know what I'm saying?
Well, no, because the key difference between something like Japan, not Japan, something like America and that would be they're not enacting socialist laws that prevent. Try to think of how to enunciate this.
Okay, I know you said enunciate, but it sounded like you said enunciate. I'm gonna enunciate this. No,
Well, go for it, Ryan. Enunciate it. Or maybe he meant it's enunciating.
Enunciating. No, but no.
No, wait, for real though, Ryan. What were you trying to communicate at the end?
I'm not sure.
So, I'm willing to concede that like national socialism is of course a form of socialism, which is why America wouldn't meet those standards because they weren't enacting socialist policies; they were enacting capitalist ones.
Close. We let capitalism too much, and we still do. That's why.
So, like for that reason, it wouldn't be fascism or national socialism because we weren't enacting socialist laws, essentially.
No, not at all. Or let me say the closest thing we got was a little bit of welfare. Like that was pretty much it. You know what I'm saying? And we're talking about peanuts. You know what I'm saying? Like we have more socialist policies today than we did in 1942.
Yeah. Which like
do what?
I just said that's true.
We also were more racist back in 1942 as a general standard of how much
population
was racist. You know what I'm saying? You know.
But like we weren't necessarily fascist in nature. Is what I'm saying because of that.
No. Actually, that's why we're not fascist in nature is because, and that's what led us to more freeing of the slaves and not less freeing of the black people because we're.
But like back to kind of what I was saying originally, I could sympathize with the communists more because communism is the existence of like a stateless, classless society, while Nazism and like fascism at its core naturally put one group of people above all the others.
So, like, out of those 3 or 4,
go ahead. Like,
out of those 3 or 4, you're saying communism is the like least controlled out of them?
More so that it's he was saying that like he thinks communism is just as bad as like fascism, and basically my thesis is that like because fascism at its core is about putting themselves above others as opposed to communism, which is more about equality. Now, granted, I don't agree with communism for a variety of reasons.
A lot of examples of failing horribly, and like that's pretty undeniable. Even with the argument of like that people use with like true communism,
like I think
wouldn't lead to that. Like, there's no telling.
Communism
always leads to that. Go ahead.
Communism has better intentions from the get-go than fascism does, which I think is the difference.
Does not. I disagree with that.
Not have better intentions? It seems like it seems like it's like people and neighbor first, and maybe
and not that I don't think it has bad intentions. I think every bit okay. Regardless of what decided, okay, if there was no Jews or anything, say Germany was pure Germans, the policies behind it would have been the same, and the reason why it would you know what I'm saying, like we use that as a hinge pin, but what they believe to be Germans or the rightful people that own the land or whatever was supposed to be there, and this is not something new. This is something that's been going on since the dawn of freaking time.
Yeah,
the cultures. Okay. They believe those people should have the best of everything. And I mean it. They did. They gave those Germans once they classified you as a German, you were carte blanche to have everything. And that's kind of how communism was. You were carte blanche to be well, as long as they decided that you were already in the club. Because
right, but like communism, Russia may have decided that, but communism at its core is not deciding that. Like that's
communism is what was pushed to start killing off.
I get that, but that's not what communism was supposed to be about at its core. Is my argument.
Oh well, then neither is, you know what I'm saying, like.
But if it's not like its intention at its core, like no matter how well intended it is, if the end result like continuously shows to be like negative, then like the concept itself is flawed at its core. If
and
nothing else.
That's why I agree with communism is not the way to go, but like
actually it almost guarantees death. Matter of fact, no communist party. No, okay, like the best thing we can describe is that mixed economies work best. They do.
Yeah, because then there's like no matter what your view is, you'll have some kind of place within that economy.
But like fascism. Fascism at its core is more about putting one group above the others, so naturally another group must be oppressed in some way.
While
communism
is communism. Once they killed off all the people that they deemed bad, then communism worked. It's the same way they did in Germany. Once they killed off all the people that they consider undesirables, then the things work. And same with fascism.
But like, how does communism at its core put one group of people above the others.
Well, first of all, the first rule of communism is to kill off the proletariat. Is that the one that's the rich ones?
Yeah, I believe that's right. Proletariat or no, that's bourgeoisie.
Bourgeois. Once they killed off the bourgeois.
Oh, is the S-I-E silent? It is. That's right.
I don't
the
know
bourgeois. Or is it bourgeois? Like, Ryan, help me out here on the enunciation.
Bourgeoisie.
Is it bourgeoisie?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no Z in there.
Yeah, but I don't know. The spelling confuses me. But yeah, proletariat.
After they killed off the bourgeoisie, they'd be like saying, after we killed off all the capitalists, everything went fine. And that's the core of communism, is literally to break down the society. And the way that they do that is by killing off the people that they deem to be undesirables, whether that's rich or poor or black or white or communist or fascist or socialist. Like I said, it's all about destroying them before you can build up. No one's like, hey, this is the great way to do communism. And this is Karl Marx that said you have to kill off the bourgeoisie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you put it like that, I'll concede on that. Okay.
You know, and I'm not saying, because, like, yes, I think it was a better system that lasted longer, because it did last longer than fascism. The max lasted of fascism was 40 years. The max National Socialism was 28 years or something like that. And the max communism lasted, well, I'd say close to 90 years or 95 years, whatever Cuba is.
But that's still, like, compared to most.
No, Russia still has a longer run of it yet, because it runs all the way from the 20s or 10s or 20s all the way to 1990s. So they have about 90 years, and I think 70 years.
The only thing I'll add on top of that is, like, yeah, I could see it, and I agree with your point. I do think, like, fascism is more evil just for the fact that, like, some people don't simply have the control that somebody in a communist society would have in terms of, like,
just the fact that it has, like, a centralized figure to it. Is that what you mean?
More so, like, for example, if you're a bourgeoisie, you could, like, donate all your money to, like, the communists and, like, step down and become, like, a member of them. While you couldn't
stop them from killing you, though. You could donate every last dime you had, and they still were going to kill the bourgeoisie. That's
okay.
They deemed as undesirable. Like, they really.
I mean, but they wouldn't be the bourgeoisie anymore, would they?
If they give up all their money,
would be in their eyes.
Hmm.
If they give up all their money, well, wasn't that the example you gave, Ryan? Because in that case, I guess, I guess they wouldn't be they wouldn't be proletariat instead of bourgeoisie until, like, they start like working, like, manual labor type stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, they wouldn't be bourgeoisie, but they wouldn't necessarily be proletariat after that either.
Right. In Marx's theory, the bourgeoisie are the owners of the means of production, while the proletariat are the wage-earning working class. That is a definition that you can't escape just because, I mean, you know what I'm saying? You would have to basically flee the country to do that.
Okay.
In Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
And the idea behind it was that the proletariat takes over the bourgeoisie and kills them, and then the proletariat is what's left, and then they can distribute the means of production.
But how long before that ultimately, like, ends up? Well, I shouldn't say ultimately, but how long before that turns into just, like, one group?
Stalin's like Russia.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It took about 20, 30 years.
So even if it's better from, like, Ryan's argument, it's still, like you said, not ideal. It's not exactly ideal.
No, it's extremely not ideal.
Yeah.
And like I said, what made China where it's survived as long as it has is that it moved away, and it's more mixed economy now. People in China do make money now. They didn't make money before. You know what I'm saying? They started actually giving them a freaking paycheck, and it's not a lot of paycheck, but that was better than what it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and I'm not saying that capitalism is the best. I'm saying it's the best we have except for all the other systems. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the worst system except for all the other systems, and it is pretty bad. There is a lot of flaws in capitalism. The problem is the answer is not communism, and it's not fascism, and it's not socialism, and it's not anything. The best we can come up with so far is a mixed economy, whether it's Russia, becoming more capitalist, or capitalist countries becoming more Russia-like. I'm sorry, not Russia. China becoming more capitalist.
So here's my idea. I call it the zero mortal plan. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Okay. Pol Pot.
Is that Pol? Excuse you. I was making a Zamasu joke.
I know. It's a Zamasu reference. Trust me, that didn't slide past me.
But yeah.
Okay. How about the universal truffleization plan?
Like I said,
the what?
The universal truffleization plan.
And I would say that
truffleization.
Yeah, that was Baby's plan in GT.
The difference.
Oh, okay.
Between us and Russia is that Russia went from a monarch system to a
communist party.
To the Communist Party. And Germany went from the monarch system to the what's called the fascism or National Socialism.
Mm-hmm.
The only one I don't know about is Italy.